Professional Fighters League, women's featherweights and heavyweights are throwing down. Larissa Pacheco continues her vicious run for another title.
Larissa Pacheco, one of the biggest upsets in the history of our sport.
Plus, Aspen Ladd is hungry for her first taste of the playoffs.
Aspen Ladd, 7 victories of her 10 have come by finish.
And meet 6'8" Heina the Problema Barrera.
Oh, big shot!
Let me translate from Portuguese. That means big problem, and somebody better solve it.
Oh, right hand! Goodness!
We ain't playing here.
Ante the heavyweight championship!
It's showtime or no time if they want to make the playoffs. The PFL starts right now.
Welcome, fight fans, to Atlanta, Georgia. Professional Fighters League action, the second half of our regular season. OTE Arena, playing host to 3 straight weeks. This is the second of those 3 straight weeks of regular season action. Heavyweights and women's featherweights take center stage tonight. Ante, Delija, Mo Green in our main event later. Co-main, Larissa Pacheco and Amber Leibrock. We'll get to that on ESPN and simulcast here on ESPN Plus. But the action begins right here exclusively on ESPN Plus with these 7 fights. A heavyweight showcase to open things up. And then points and playoff spots are at stake for heavyweights and women's featherweights as we take a look at the odds here. Jordan Heiderman, the only blue corner favorite in the regular season. Denzel Freeman is the regular season, our opening bout. He's a favorite. And how about a pick'em on the early card? Let's get out to our betting experts, Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker, for how we're playing these odds.
Oh, Sean, good to see everybody tonight. We are fired up. You know, I have people come up to me all the time on the street and said, hey, I'm better at making picks than Ian Parker. I normally say, I know you are. But tonight, they're actually going to get to prove it. PFL Pick'em is what we're calling it. Now, there's going to be a QR code that comes up on your screen, and we want you to play. Go to PFLMMA.com for more details or scan the QR code right now. Now, it's just straight picks and a method of victory. So, Ian, we're going to make you play too. Take me through it quickly. What are your picks and method of victory?
No pressure to all those randoms on the street coming up. Do you want to take my job? Maybe I should try and be host next time. That'll be fun. All right, we're going to go with Denzel Freeman by submission. We're going to go Jordan Heiderman by KO. Olena Kolesnyk, she's looking to make a statement. Let's get her by KO. Martina Jindrova, already the underdog. Let's get her by decision. Danilo Marques, I think he gets a KO rounds 2 or 3. Marino Mokhnatkina by decision. And Denis Goltsov by submission. Woo!
All right, those are Ian Parker's picks. Now, go to yours, PFL Pick'em all night long. Sean, let Ian Parker know there's levels to this game, please.
He'll learn eventually, Coach. He'll learn. Our first bout is a heavyweight showcase bout brought to you by Beard Guys. Isaiah Pinson and Denzel Freeman squaring off in the smart cage.
Making their way to the PFL smart cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Denzel Freeman.
Denzel Freeman, a Challenger Series veteran, a winner. He's undefeated so far. He's also a captain, active duty in the United States Marine Corps. This man is busy, to say the least. And an absolute behemoth.
And in the red corner, Isaiah Pinson.
Another veteran of the PFL Challenger Series, also undefeated. Former offensive lineman at the Citadel. He was an All-American, decorated college football career, and he's transitioned some of those skills and all that athleticism into a successful MMA run. take a look at Kenny's keys to victory.
All right, for Pinson, it's going to be about his footwork and his distance management here against Freeman, who might look for the takedown. And, of course, his takedown defense is going to have to be on point. Now, for Freeman, he needs to utilize that striking variety. He needs to be patient here and, of course, look for those level changes and takedowns.
Here's our tail of the tape, presented by Beard Guys, Isaiah Pinson, Denzel Freeman. Pinson is the younger fighter. He's also taller, 6'4". Denzel Freeman weighed in heavier, both men with 79-inch arms. And the 2-inch height advantage also means 2-inch longer legs for Isaiah Pinson. Andy Shepard, get him started.
Welcome once again to the OTE Arena here in Atlanta, Georgia, and welcome to all of our viewers on ESPN+. Tonight, it's all about the heavyweights and the women's featherweights who will look to secure their place in the all-important PFL playoffs. But we start tonight with a special showcase heavyweight bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 261 3/4 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 4 victories and not a single defeat. Fighting out of Atlanta, Georgia, Denzel Luke Fox Freeman. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 4 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 247 3/4 pounds and also holds an undefeated record of 2 wins and no losses. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Isaiah Pinson. Your referee in charge, Blake Grice.
There's Blake Grice, equipped with the ref cam. Isaiah Pinson in the blue, Denzel Freeman in the black and gray.
All right, guys, here we go. You ready? Yeah. Ready? Fight!
Southpaw stance for Freeman and a touch of the gloves. We are underway. And the wrestler, the supposed wrestler, Randy Freeman, with this karate stance again.
He's got a great Greco-Roman wrestling background from the military in the United States Marine Corps.
Oh, left
but
hand.
His striking is on point. He's as athletic as anybody I've ever seen in this cage.
Yeah, Pinson is very, very durable, but certainly has to watch out for that head kick from Freeman. We saw that in the Challenger Series. It was lightning fast.
And in that exchange, Freeman drilled a left hand right down the pipe. Pinson ate it.
Oh,
There's
man.
another left hand.
He traps with that lead hand and brings that left. That's right on the money.
Yeah, Freeman is definitely much more than just a wrestler. Excellent balance, excellent stance, really knows how to time those strikes.
He did it again. Isaiah Pinson tried to go to the body. Freeman threw a left hand over the top.
Freeman's just so relaxed for a guy with only 4 fights. Super
Yeah,
relaxed,
amazing.
very composed, loose with his strikes.
He did also go 4-1 as an amateur. The lone blemish, nice right hand from Pinson. The only loss on Denzel Freeman's MMA record as he tested another high kick was contested at 230 pounds, a catch weight, against Johnny Eblen, who's one of the best fighters in the world.
Wow.
Bellator middleweight champion Johnny Eblen, a mainstay now at American Top Team. There's that high kick. Denzel Freeman keeps asking that question. So far, Pinson has kept the guard up.
Yeah, did a good job there, shelling up with that right hand. Really impressed with Pinson and his durability and his ability to adjust in his fight against Vito Vizenji and his fight in Challenger Series. And now he's starting to pursue and back Freeman up, looking for a big right hand here.
There he landed one, and now an uppercut. Nice work by Pinson on that exchange. Halfway through round number 1.
Yeah, Freeman didn't like that at all.
Take your time. Watch your left. Watch your left.
Looks like Freeman might be trying to set up a takedown here. His hands are a little low. He's got to be careful. There's a clinch.
Body lock position, over under by Freeman.
Hey, head control. Head control. 2 minutes. Get the underhook back.
Pinson repummels, gets double underhooks, and clears the clinch.
As someone who played college football, I think I can say this. I think that the football transition is sometimes overblown unless you were an offensive lineman. And now Pinson is landing.
Yeah, and I don't like the way Freeman's reacting to some of those shots.
Yeah, he looked like he hasn't made friends with the potential that he might get punched in the face in this sport. Maybe nobody's done it yet in his 4 fights, but
Pinson held on to the cage there. That may have prevented a takedown. Surprised the ref didn't take away a point there.
And you can see what I'm talking about there. Pinson just has that body awareness. He knows the leverage when he's chest to chest and the hips start to get close to one another. That's where I think, being an offensive lineman in football can transition successfully into mixed martial arts.
Pinson used a nice little shoulder punch to create some space and punched his way out of that clinch. Absolutely the way you want to do it.
Yeah, Pinson's starting to find a lot more success with his lead hand, and a lot of that has to do with Freeman dropping that lead right hand. You have 2 guys in the open stance here, and Pinson knows it. He's looking for that left hook.
Nice right hand again from Pinson. Freeman does not like getting hit. He's got 30 seconds to try and figure it out at the end of this round.
I'm not sure anybody likes getting hit, but we got to make friends with it for sure.
Yeah, he's not reacting well to it, and we saw how durable Pinson is. And Pinson continues to gain confidence as this round moves on here towards the end.
Level change here. Pinson shrugs off that. Takedown attempt. Final 10 seconds. Now ended with a nasty exchange. Pinson hammering away. Freeman escapes the round. Round 2. And we continue. Professional Fighters League on ESPN+.
I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet. I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. They are willing to develop the sport more, and most importantly in Africa. I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home, for me, is like a huge accomplishment. We couldn't expect anything more.
Well, Pinson may be a bit of a slow starter, but he knows how to pick up the pace as the round goes on. Here he is landing an excellent flurry. A pair of right hands, uppercut, cross, then attacks the body with a kick. Pinson really found his groove at the end of this round. Nice right hands that Freeman tried to get away from and really stole the round, guys, the latter part of that segment. Ready? Fight!
Isaiah Pinson in the blue trunks, Denzel Freeman in the gray. Pinson, the former Division I All-American in football. Freeman, the active duty Marine, captain of the United States Marine Corps. Some swelling on the eye of, I think that's the right eye of Denzel Freeman. During the break, he came over to the corner.
That was a punch. That was a punch. Let's go. Let's go.
Referee says it was a punch. Freeman thought it was an eye poke. Referee has final say. Round continues.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding that right arm so low, and Pinson is aware of it. He's been finding that vulnerability. He's been pecking at it, now landing with both the jab and the hook with that lead hand side.
Pinson's doing a nice job of cutting off the ring. He's not following Freeman. He's a half a step ahead of him and corralling him and keeping him in that range where he can continue to throw.
Yeah, just very impressed with how he adjusts during the fight, showing a lot of excellent MMA intelligence here against Freeman.
Pinson unloaded on the body of Freeman, but he ate a right hand for his effort. Keep going back and forth in these striking exchanges, but I think it's important, Randy, that Freeman, even when he grabs a hold of Pinson, he can't stay in those grappling exchanges. He can't really initiate any of that Greco.
Pinson's doing a great job of using that shoulder pressure to create some space, re-pummel, pummel out, get inside position, and then punch his way out of those clinches, which is exactly what you want to do from there.
Yeah, and I think Freeman needs to change the scenery here because Pinson is definitely in his rhythm. I think he needs to put Pinson on his back. Nice movement there from Pinson, just moving that head off the center line.
Now left eye.
Inside.
That was a groin shot. Come over here. Come neutral.
Found the cuff of Denzel Freeman,
Right over here.
leading
right
to
over
a
here.
brief stoppage in the action.
You good? We've got time if you need it. Hey, it was an accident. Just keep going.
This happens a lot in an open stance. He throws that outside kick, it slides up the leg,
Turn around. Time
and
fight.
checks
Keep
the
it clean.
cup. There you see it directly on the cup.
Short interlude there, and we're already back to the action with 3 minutes remaining. That time Freeman went with another high kick, this time from the lead leg. Pinson trying to take that lead leg away.
Now Freeman's starting to respond much better to these strikes from Pinson, but Pinson still in his groove.
He landed another right hand there, and you can see the Cageonomics, the output for Pinson right now, more than doubling up what Freeman's given back.
Nice block there by Pinson.
Left hand landed.
Freeman's skating around out there. I'm not sure why he's slipping so much. They're both on canvas. Sometimes the decals can be a little slippery if you sweat on them, but that canvas should grip, and that was what I was looking for with Freeman. Go to that liver, try that liver kick. He's tried that high kick a bunch of times. Look at that double. Beautiful double leg level change penetration, keeps his feet moving, never touches his knees, and finishes that double.
Yeah, I think even Pinson was impressed with the takedown.
And I think that was set up by that kick landing, Randy. I think that had Pinson kind of thinking about, oh man, I don't want to eat another one of those. Freeman timed this takedown attempt well.
Got one hook in too high, falls off the top.
Pinson walks away.
Freeman's getting a little tired there. It almost seemed like he was content to sit on his butt there. Pinson was able to follow up and get on top. I think Freeman could have been in trouble, but Pinson clearly feels way more comfortable on the feet here.
Swing and a miss there for Denzel Freeman. Isaiah Pinson continues his pursuit.
Pinson needs to be careful not duck down too much towards that left roundhouse kick of Freeman.
The corner, Freeman calling liver again. I think they want another one of those kicks, Randy.
He's gone at least 3 or 4 times to the head. There's another shot to the body, in on the double. Can he finish? Nice second effort. The trip to secure the takedown. See if he can stay on top now. Gonna be careful if he takes his back not to get too high and fall off. He's got that rear ankle trapped.
Pinson's trying to get wrist control, trying to separate those hands so he can get back to his feet. Freeman trying to sit heavy on that left leg of Pinson. This is a better position here, in my opinion, for Pinson to get back to his feet.
He's able to pummel in temporarily.
Where that wrestling comes in handy, that hand fighting. If he can hand fight and explode, he can stand right back up here. Freeman trapping that leg, that back ankle, that's going to make that difficult.
Exactly.
He's got to clear that.
Exactly. He's got the end of the lever there. Nice job by Freeman.
Final few seconds of round number 2. Ends with a little grappling. Round 3 next. Welcome back, PFL fight fans. Isaiah Pinson, Denzel Freeman starting the action in a heavyweight showcase. And both fighters so far have had their moments. Dan Hardy, how are you calling this fight so far?
You know, I felt it was a really good first round from Pinson. If you watch that round back, you can see him edging towards the lead foot of Freeman to take away that power rear kick. But now we're seeing Freeman start to recalibrate. He's got his energy back. He's scored a couple of big takedowns, and I feel like his confidence is back on the move. So it's all down to this third round.
Janie says round 3 set to start. Pinson in the blue, Denzel Freeman in the gray. Not a regular season bout, but impressive so far from both fighters as they look to maybe earn a spot in future regular seasons.
Those are two very athletic big guys.
Oh. Switching it up, Denzel Freeman went with the right high kick that time.
Yeah, it really is impressive how you get that big leg up there. Very impressive flexibility. You don't really see that in the heavyweight division.
And I took the liberty of listening in. Freeman's done a great job of taking coaching in the corner between rounds, which is another thing that early in your career, it's sometimes hard to figure out. Some of us didn't start listening to our coaches until 20 or so fights into the program.
Is some of us you, Sean? Is that what you're saying?
I can neither confirm nor deny your suspicions.
There's the answer right there.
Well, it's tough, right? I mean, oh, nice roundhouse kick from Freeman on the left-hand side, but there's so much going on. There's so much chaos in the fight. It's hard to focus in and actually listen to your corner sometimes. But yeah, I agree. Freeman doing a good job of making adjustments, as is Pinson, by the way.
I appreciate you acknowledging that. It's not just me. Level change. Pinson does a better job here in round 3. Freeman pawing at that eye that took damage in round 1. 90 seconds gone in the third frame. Dan Hardy thinks this might be the deciding one. Randy, do you agree?
I agree 100%. I think Pinson came back and started out strong. Freeman did in the first round, but Pinson came back and stole that round. I think that Freeman stole the second round with 2 takedowns and some very good strikes to kicks to the body, and it comes down to this third round right now. Who's going to establish themselves?
And we saw Pinson do that against Vitor Hisenji in the Challenger Series. Can Freeman do the same? He's got to be able to fight back here. Pinson doing a good job of stalking Freeman, backing him up.
Freeman doing a better job of moving his head in that range of exchanges. He made Pinson miss a couple times there.
Pinson keeps smiling every time that Denzel Freeman lands something or partially lands something. Isaiah Pinson rewards him with a little smile as blood trickles from the nose of Pinson.
Yeah, Pinson having a good time there, even though he is bleeding. Landed a nice 3-punch combination there.
Both guys really having their moments in these exchanges. It was kind of back and forth where one guy in the first round, it'd be one guy would land, and then the next exchange, the other guy would land. Now both fighters are making the reads and figuring out how to get some work done with every clash.
Nice level change by Pinson, comes up swinging.
Yeah, he's starting to get a little busier here. Freeman's been doing a good job backing up, landing some strikes as well.
Freeman assuming more of that counter-punching role, letting Pinson come into that range of exchanges.
Yeah, and I think establishing his jab. He really wasn't utilizing that jab in round 1, which allowed Pinson to just walk forward with impunity. Now, Freeman on it with those combinations and that jab.
High kick attempt again from Freeman. And there's a level change. Pinson with the good hips. Right hand landed.
Yeah, that definitely got Pinson's attention there.
Great job by Freeman punching out of that exchange. It's sometimes hard when you're the guy who misses the takedown attempt to reset and punch right away, but he did a great job of it there.
I think that was a halfway takedown attempt. Obviously, I think he's using that to stay off the fence, making Pinson think about that takedown of the 2 that he gave up in the second round, using that level change, getting those hips, and then letting the takedown go just to get off the fence.
Head into the final minute of this heavyweight showcase bout between Isaiah Pinson and Denzel Freeman. A very close fight, potentially still yet to be decided in this final 50 seconds. Blood trickling now down the right side of Denzel Freeman's face. And from the nose of Isaiah Pinson.
Oh, boy.
That lead kick did land. You saw the sweat flying.
Yeah, that's been catching Pinson by surprise for sure. He's looking forward again here. Pinson needs to get a little busier here.
Last 10 seconds of this fight. And these two large men content to strike it out. Another smile from Pinson and some right hands to follow. There's the final bell. Fascinating bout between two guys very early in their pro mixed martial arts careers, but you can see why they won contracts on the Challenger Series. Both guys with some moments in this fight and a really excellent display of growing skill.
About as athletic of big guys as you're going to see in this cage.
Yeah, after seeing these guys go, I mean, I'm high on both of these guys. So much potential.
I think this is the kind of fight Freeman needs. He needs a challenge like this and match him athletically. He's used to, I think, being overwhelming to some of the bigger guys that aren't that athletic, but Pinson's absolutely got the athleticism to stand with him.
Here's our Cageonomics stats bundle brought to you by Geico. The 2 takedowns from Denzel Freeman in the second round. How much will those play a factor in the judging? And you can see the output of Isaiah Pinson stayed consistently ahead of Denzel Freeman, but there were some very successful moments of counter-strike.
Well, here's Pinson getting Freeman up against the cage, landing some good shots. This is where Freeman really wasn't making great adjustments. He was getting caught up against the cage. Pinson again doing more work up against the cage. Freeman did a good job of covering up there.
Yeah, all the end of the first round there, I think, and Pinson really stole the round. Here's the second round double leg takedown. Great forward pressure, level change, and keeping those foot moving. Here's the second takedown in the second round, and I think this won the round for Freeman. Does a great job of establishing and keeping his feet moving. There's the high kick from that left side. Done it a few times from the right side as well. See the blood from both guys. The nose from Pinson, the eye from Freeman.
A great fight. You see them hug it out, shake hands. And of course, we send it to the judges' scorecards who are taking their time in deliberation. Here's a look at the AI scoring. Exclusive here to the Professional Fighters League, round 1. The algorithm gives to Isaiah Pinson. Rounds 2 and 3 belong to Denzel Freeman, according to artificial intelligence. Speaking of artificial intelligence, what do our experts say? Randy says Freeman, Kenny says Freeman, agreeing with the AI score. The official commission judges do have final say, and Andy Shepard has their scorecard.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Nate Mann scores the bout 29-28 Freeman. Judge John Marglione scores the bout 29-28 Pinson. Judge Monica Ridgway scores the bout 29-28 for your winner via split decision, Isaiah Pinson.
Wow. The judges say this fight belongs to Isaiah Pinson. Shock and dismay from the Denzel Freeman corner. It was a close fight. It was a great fight. Isaiah Pinson improves to 3-0 as a pro. And you can hear that pop from the crowd. I think some of his former college football teammates are here in the building, looking at the people rooting for Isaiah Pinson. They could all probably make the transition to heavyweight mixed martial arts. Isaiah Pinson. He'll get back to the gym and keep improving. A great way to start our card tonight here in Atlanta. Get the ultimate VIP experience at the PFL's June 23rd event. Cross Towers Ticketverse has a limited number of exclusive NFT tickets available, featuring incredible rewards such as cage-side seats, fighter meet and greets, exclusive footage, and more. Check out the one-of-a-kind benefits that come with the PFL's first ever NFT tickets. by scanning the code on your screen. That was a heavyweight showcase. Up next will be regular season action. That means points in a spot in the playoffs potentially at stake. As that man, Patrick Brady, gets ready to fight Jordan Heiderman. Both of these professional mixed martial artists are still undefeated in their careers. 1-0's gotta go next on ESPN+.
No one has ever been in his position. Heavyweight champ walks away.
We don't know the end result. He could sign tomorrow for the most money anybody's ever signed for in fighting history.
Francis Ngannou is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world. And so we'll see what he does.
I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. For whoever feel ready, I'm the baddest mother on the planet. I'll be fighting in the pay-per-view super fight division. It has always been my goal to control my own destiny. When somebody feels respect, you get the best out of the person. The reason why I signed with the PFL is because of they are willing to develop the sport. Most importantly, in Africa, I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home is like a huge accomplishment. Along with the PFL, now that I'm in the position to speak, to fight for those who doesn't have a voice, because at the end of the day, it's fighter first. Fighter is the one doing the sport. At the end of every accomplishment, there's another challenge. That's how you build your own legacy.
Atlanta, Georgia, and Overtime Elite Arena once again playing host to PFL regular season action as the push to the playoffs continues. Tonight, it's the heavyweights and the women's featherweights trying to secure their playoff spots. I'm talking about playoffs in the sport of mixed martial arts, and for some of you PFL newcomers, that might not be familiar to you. So let me explain how the PFL season format works. 10 fighters in each weight class with 6 different weight classes. We've got 2 regular season fights for each fighter. This is the second of those regular season fights. 3 points for a win, bonus points for a finish in any round. The top 4 fighters on points in each division will make the playoffs. And $1 million in a beautiful, shiny gold belt goes to the champion in each division. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian beside the PFL Smart Cage. And Randy, the push to the playoffs right here for heavyweights and featherweights in the women's featherweight division. They've all signed up for the toughest test in all of sports.
Absolutely. As if MMA wasn't tough enough already, the Professional Fighters League comes up with a format that is grueling. It's the toughest thing in combat sports and in athletics, period, as far as I'm concerned. You want to be a champion in the PFL? You're signing up to fight 4 times in 8 months. That is no small feat.
I had to do it 5 times, just so everyone knows. I had to do it 5 times and twice in one night. So the toughest test, at least now, in all sports. Kenny, in all seriousness, though, there are people with their backs against the wall tonight, including a champion from last season. Let's talk about these playoff scenarios and how tough it is to get there.
That's right. You know, there's already a tremendous amount of pressure on a fighter. You're preparing for someone that is trying to hit you and hurt you. Just getting a win here in the PFL can be very difficult to do, but points are on the line. You're trying to get as many points as possible. We started with 60, only 24 will advance to the playoffs.
And if you think you know what's going to happen tonight or in any of these PFL cards, you don't know, and you're just showing how little you've really watched this sport. Because crazy surprises happened last week, including this. Brendan Loughnane came into the night, top of the table, looking great, in a beautiful position. He finished the night, unfortunately for him, like that. Waking up after the abuse from Jesus Pinedo. Chris Wade, his back was against the wall. He got a first-round finish earlier in the night to put himself in a playoff position. And guess what? The Pinedo finish knocked Chris Wade out. So last year's champion and a guy who's been to the playoffs 4 times in 4 PFL seasons seeking his 5th appearance, also out. You just never know what's going to happen. So let's take a look at the playoff standings right now. Women's featherweights in the co-main event tonight. You've got Larissa Pacheco taking on a very tough Amber Leibrock. What do you expect from Larissa?
Well, you know, for Larissa, it's even bigger than this season. You know, she's a champion at 155 pounds last year. She's trying to establish her legacy in this sport as one of the greatest to ever do it. She said she was going to finish everyone on her way to the final against Kayla Harrison. Then she said she was going to beat Kayla. Well, she did all of those things, earning herself $1 million. Faced a very tough Julia Budd. I thought it was one of Julia's best performances. Larissa had a terrible weight cut, but still found a way to win.
She won by decision, so Larissa Pacheco has 3 points heading into that co-main event bout tonight. On the other side is a woman who's right now top of the standings in the women's featherweight division. I'm talking about Amber Leibrock coming off a highlight reel finish.
Amber Leibrock has had first 4-round finishes. She's trying to keep that streak alive. What sticks out right away is Amber Leibrock is 6 feet tall at 145 pounds. That is a very imposing stature. There's that high kick, landed on Martina Jindrova. You could have heard that anywhere in the arena. Amazing. She's got those long levers, both her legs and her feet, and she uses those long levers very well on the ground as well. So don't sleep on her ground game. You may see that later tonight.
All right, now let's talk about the heavyweights. Ante Delija, last year's champion. He's a favorite on the card tonight. He's got 0 points going into the main event.
Ante Delija has put himself on the bubble. He didn't get a first season outing, so he's no points going into this second chance for him to score playoff points. Here he is, our finalist from last year against Matthias Scheffel. His striking is the best I've seen. He uses great shot selection, he's explosive, he's got great power. His ground game is on point, a very good judo practitioner, and he trained with Mirko Krokop in Croatia, one of the best strikers in the sport.
So 0 points for Ante Delija, which means he goes up against the guy who's already got points. We'll see if that changes the complexion of this fight, but let's talk about Maurice Greene.
Yeah, Maurice Greene a couple years ago made a commitment to be the best possible self, to be his best possible self. And he surrounded himself with great fighters. One of those great fighters is Jon Jones. A lot of people consider him the greatest of all time. And Jon Jones will be in his corner tonight, and he said he's gained so much confidence, so much experience, and so much skill because of it, and we saw that on full display against Marcelo Nunes, an excellent grappler.
5 points for Maurice Greene, 0 points for Ante Delija. That sets the stage for your main event. We'll get there, but right now it's all about what's happening on ESPN+. We'll take a look at the 6 remaining fights on our early card. Denis Goltsov and Yorgan De Castro in a feature heavyweight bout will finish the action. Marino Mokhnatkina, Evelyn Martins, that's a pick-em tonight. We'll get maybe some betting advice on that later on. Danilo, Marques, Marcelo Nunes, Julia Budd, Martina Jindrova. Olena Kolesnyk is a big-time favorite. over Yoko Higashi. Patrick Brady and Jordan Heiderman are both undefeated, but both have 0 points. So they're gonna need a finish to even be eligible for a playoff spot. Here's how the playoff scenarios look right now. Amber Leibrock, as we previously mentioned, 6 points, first round finish, top of the table. Marino Mokhnatkina, 5 points for her second round finish. Larissa, Pacheco, Evelyn Martins, and Olena Kolesnyk all won decisions. Kolesnyk lost the point for missing weight in that one. I showed you the early card. Fight to watch, fighter to watch, maybe.
You know, for me, it's Marino Mokhnatkina. I thought she had a fantastic performance in her first fight here in the PFL. She's a multiple-time Sambo world champion, and we saw those skills on full display. Crisp striking, excellent level change, takedowns, beautiful control on the ground, excellent ground and pound. So she's firing on all cylinders right now. Watch out for Marino.
Okay, so a little featherweight action to watch there from Kenny. Now let's take a look at the heavyweight standings. Denis Goltsov, he's got 6 points for a first round finish. Maurice Green, I already talked about him, one half of the main event. He's got 5 points. Mateusz Scheffel, Danilo, Marques, and Reina Ferreira all have 3 points. All right, Randy, I think I know who you're going to tell us to watch from those heavyweights on the early card.
Yeah, absolutely, Denis Goltsov, obviously the top of the leaderboard. This will be his 4th time qualifying, hopefully, for the semifinals if he performs well tonight. Can he do enough tonight to secure that playoff spot and get to the finals? His ground game is amazing. He's a 2-time world champion in combat sambo. Great shot selection on his feet. His footwork is great. He's got the best jab in this sport right now. He's a very, very formidable guy here. He's against Ferreira with the ground and pound and finishing. This guy is a well-rounded fighter and the top of the leaderboard, coming in with a lot of confidence. Can he get the job done tonight?
All right, we gave you a heavyweight showcase bout to whet your appetite, but now it's all about regular season action. This fight brought to you by the Army National Guard. Patrick Brady squaring off against Jordan Heiderman.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Jordan Heiderman.
Jordan Heiderman so far undefeated as a professional mixed martial artist. This is his first PFL season. He wrestled and played football in college, Iowa Western Community College, and then he moved on to the University of Indiana. So this is a Big Ten D1 athlete here.
And in the red corner, Patrick Brady.
Patrick Brady also participating in his first PFL season. He's also undefeated, champion in regional promotion. He's done a little bit of boxing, also a football background, as you might guess by the build on Patrick Brady. Somebody's O has got to go.
All right, let's check out the keys to victory here for Patrick Brady. His wrestling defense is going to have to be on point. He has to feint his way into striking range, and his composure is going to have to be there against Jordan Heiderman. And for Heiderman, it's going to be about his ground game, and he needs to avoid brawling in the pocket against Brady.
Taylor Tape is brought to you by the Army National Guard. You can see Patrick Brady, the older man here. He's 39 years of age. Jordan Heiderman is 31. Heiderman is an inch taller. Brady weighed in heavier. Both men with 78-inch arms and a very slight reach advantage on the legs of Jordan Heiderman. Andy Shepard, get him started.
The following is a PFL regular season contest in the heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestling specialist and stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 247 3/4 pounds. and in his professional career has never tasted defeat, holding a record of 6 wins and no losses. Fighting out of Norfolk, Nebraska, Jordan Thor Heiderman. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 256 3/4 pounds and holds a similarly perfect record of 5 victories and no defeats. Fighting out of Washington Township, New Jersey, Patrick the Brick Brady. Your referee in charge, Rob Hines.
Rob Hines to oversee the action. Patrick Brady is in the blue trunks. Jordan Heiderman is in the gray. This is a win or go home scenario. And both men will need a finish to keep their hopes alive.
First round, you ready?
For the playoffs and an eventual trip to a championship. Low kick to open the action from Patrick Brady. Comes forward swinging hard. And here's Heiderman with a takedown attempt. Didn't work.
Yeah, nice job by Brady to get that underhook.
A little wag of the finger, and he actually is talking to Jordan Heiderman.
Heiderman having some success with that lead left hook.
Brady's got to be careful. He's ducking his head a little bit.
Yeah.
Could get himself into some trouble if Heiderman picks up on the repeat of that. He keeps doing it.
A lot of horsepower on these kicks from Brady early.
And I like those lead leg kicks from Brady. Good way to slow down your opponent, compromise that lead leg.
Continues to work at it. Heiderman offers one back.
Hand discipline, hand discipline. Go, leg kick
There's the red corner of Patrick Brady.
There you go. Hand discipline and shake, Pat. There you go, again.
His kicks are starting to pay their toll.
Raise the leg, raise it, lock your hands. Lock your hands. Knee right here to the gut. Right here. Knee in that position.
Knee right up the middle.
There you go,
listening to his corner there. Nice work by Patrick Brady.
There you go. Give me the one. Give me the one. Give me the one. Give me the whip. Remember the whip? And we close the door.
There's a lead hook from Brady.
Heiderman needs to continue to utilize that jab to keep Brady on the outside. Nice combination there from Heiderman.
Close that door.
See the lead calf of Heiderman get beat up, turning red.
I mean, Patrick Brady is really turning his hips over. Something wrong with his right leg. The knee went out for Patrick Brady. Heiderman appears to be getting the first round finish because of an injury. So a quick 6 for Jordan Heiderman.
Let's go, Jordan Heiderman.
Successful debut. The undefeated professional record stays intact. And I think most importantly for me, fellas, really creates some interesting scenarios as the rest of these heavyweight fights unfold throughout the night.
Yeah, definitely adds a lot of pressure to the other heavyweights for sure.
You saw earlier that Patrick Brady either stepped back wrong or maybe twisted something, and you saw him kind of try to shake out the right leg. Probably 20 seconds before we saw the stoppage, Randy.
Yeah, I thought it was from a lead kick, or maybe he rolled his ankle, but evidently it was a little higher up the food chain in the knee. Because when he kicked him that time and he went back, he went right down, and the knee looks like it went out.
Yeah, I wonder if those kicks that he was throwing actually had an effect on his own knee as well. So, wow.
There's your Cageonomics Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. You can see both men landed 11 strikes. A lot of those to the leg for Patrick Brady. It's academic at this point because Jordan Heiderman gets the stoppage via injury.
Some nice back and forth with both these big men. Heiderman was looking for some nice combinations on the feet. And it looked like when Brady went to step back, he might have stepped wrong on that right leg. He was throwing a lot of good kicks. And he just, I think it was compromised prior to that. I'd be curious to go back and see what may have done it. He was throwing, again, a lot of kicks. There he goes, he stepped on that right leg. Gets taken off his feet and may have hurt his knee in that process. Heiderman started firing back with leg kicks of his own, and Brady just, this time waving his finger going, no, no, I'm actually done.
Andy Shepard's inside the smart cage to make this one official.
Referee Rob Hines calls a halt to the action at 2 minutes and 26 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner due to TKO, due to verbal submission, Jordan Heiderman.
Now 7-0 and holding 6 points in the heavyweight standings, Jordan Heiderman. You can see that puts him for now in the 2 spot, right alongside Dennis Goltsov, who will fight in a feature bout to finish our early card here on ESPN+. Dan Hardy inside the cage with our winner for a post-fight interview. Go ahead, Dan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the winner for your Celsius-sponsored post-fight interview, Jordan Heiderman. Of course, a lot of pressure on you coming into this, knowing that you needed a finish to stay relevant for the playoffs. What was the game plan and how are you feeling now you know that you got that 6 points?
I feel great about the 6 points, but that's not how I was planning the fight to go. You know, I was going to take him down, choke him out, but I knew he was going to come out hard right away like he did. Some heavy leg kicks, they were starting to, you know, take their toe, but persevered and came through and got the win.
So let's have a quick look at this replay. We can see he'd injured a knee at some point. Tell me about your game plan for this. Of course, you were probably expecting these hard low kicks from him. What were you doing to combat them?
Yeah, definitely wasn't expecting the kicks. Actually, I was going to come out kicking, but he caught me off guard. And you know, I adjust, I adapt, and I get the win.
And still fresh and uninjured, ready for the next round, hoping to get through.
Absolutely, that'd be great.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Heiderman.
So an ideal scenario, really, Kenny, when you think about it, a relatively unknown guy comes in, doesn't have to show much of his toolbox, and gets 6 points out of it.
Yeah, pretty incredible. He did make the adjustments he needed to make. That low kick was paying some dividends for Brady, but you know, just one of those things you can't anticipate as an injury.
So our regular season fights are underway here for the night. There's Yoko Higashi. In a winner-go-home scenario, she needs points. Her opponent, Olena Kolesnyk, caught up with Brett Okamoto earlier tonight.
Well, Olena, you're looking to make the playoffs for the second time in 2 years. You got 2 points. What is sort of the mindset in terms of, you know, what you need to do to make sure that you're going to be in the playoffs here this year?
My main goal for today, just get the win. I know my hands will raise up. I don't know how I win, but I definitely will make a great performance to make the audience keep their eyes on my fights. I continue to surprise you guys, just keep watching. I just grow up.
And with Yoko, obviously, with that judo background, just maybe some of the final details in your mind saying, hey, just keep this in mind in order to get this victory. Anything specific with her?
My first competition was in judo, so we'll see.
It's going to be a very, very exciting fight. Can't wait.
1000%.
Best of luck.
Então, eu vim para os Estados Unidos, né? Tô fazendo meu camp na América Top Team justamente para isso, porque tem mais gente, tem mais qualidade técnica, tem muita gente boa da trocação, muita gente boa do extra, do chão. Então, essa versatilidade que tem na nova equipe vai com certeza me levar aí ao rumo da vitória, ao rumo do pódio.
When I think about Renan, he's the biggest motherfucker that I ever saw actually. And when I see this fight, I see David against Goliath. I'm baby, but I have a big heart, you know. He's huge, brother. He's huge. He's supposed to be a basketball player, but he chose to be a fighter. When the door of the cage closed, doesn't matter if you are big, if you are stronger, if you are angry, we'll win the fight who wants more, and definitely I want more.
Socios.com allows you to be more than a fan. The official fan token of the PFL gives you voting rights and opportunities for exclusive rewards and once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Become a PFL fan token holder today by downloading the Socios.com US app. Here's our women's featherweight standings. Amber Leibrock currently at the top, then Marino Mokhnatkina, followed by Larissa, Pacheco, Evelyn Martins, and Olena Kolesnyk. But these will change throughout the evening because we are about to get some regular season women's featherweight action underway. Our first women's featherweight bout of the night is brought to you by Geico. Olena Kolesnyk holding on to 2 points in those standings against Yoko Higashi, who's got the goose egg. So it's win or go home for Yoko.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Yoko Higashi.
Yoko Higashi hailing from Chiba, Japan. The only Japanese fighter on our women's featherweight roster this season. This is her first PFL attempt chasing the $1 million championship check. 3 career knockouts. Former Deep Jewels champion in her home country of Japan. And as I already said, win or go home for Yoko Higashi.
And in the red corner, Olena Kolesnyk.
Olena Kolesnyk coming off an impressive performance in her first bout. 2022 PFL semifinalist. She had the upset over Aspen Ladd down in Vegas. She's still got plenty to prove. This Ukrainian fighter can clinch a playoff spot with a second round finish or better.
All right, here are the keys to victory for Kolesnyk. It's all about her boxing range and footwork, which looked phenomenal in her last fight. For Higashi, she's got to utilize those takedowns, and her ground and pound needs to be on point. She can get a finish.
Tail of tape brought to you by Geico. Olena Kolesnyk is 32. Yoko Higashi, 37 years of age. Olena Kolesnyk is 4 inches taller than her opponent, weighed in 1 pound heavier. A 5-inch reach advantage on the arms favoring Kolesnyk. A 4-inch advantage on the legs for the Ukrainian. Andy Shepard, get him started.
The following fight is a PFL regular season contest in the women's featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is a judo specialist and stands 5 feet 5 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 144 1/4 pounds. in 11 professional fights, has amassed a record of 8 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Chiba, Japan, Yoko Higashi. And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She is a boxing specialist and stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 145 pounds and holds a record of 8 victories, 5 defeats, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Odessa, Ukraine, Olena Kolesnyk. Your referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
Gary Copeland equipped with the ref cam. Olena Kolesnyk in the purple, Yoko Higashi in the gray.
Round 1, you ready, blue? Round 1, you ready, red? Fight.
Southpaw stance here for Kolesnyk. Yoko Higashi orthodox as usual. You can see Kolesnyk is a big-time favorite in this fight, carrying 2 points into the contest in the standings so far.
No hook.
Check hook there from Olena Kolesnyk. There's Marino Mokhnatkina, currently 2nd place in the featherweight standings, with her 5 points from a 2nd round finish, first time out in Las Vegas. Another hook landed there for for Olena.
Kolesnyk really has made such great improvements here in the PFL. Every time we see her, she's better, she's more composed. Made huge improvements with her grappling as well. Higashi looks a little hesitant to get any on the inside.
Kolesnyk, former national team member of the Ukrainian boxing team, tries to intercept the forward pressure of Higashi again. Higashi grabbed a hold very briefly, trying to use some of that judo.
Yeah, and I think that's her best path to victory here, getting Kolesnyk on her back.
Higashi definitely making a moving target, making it hard for Kolesnyk to get a beat on her, to land any combinations. There's some range.
When you talk about combinations, Kolesnyk just landed one. Even moving back, you can see her measuring those strikes.
Yeah, Higashi did land a nice overhand right, but Kolesnyk was right on top of her with an excellent combination.
Yeah, you're hearing me, you can hear me, now do it. Yeah, take 1, 2, take a punch.
Double underhooks from Higashi. Kolesnyk pressed up against the fence.
And you heard Olena Kolesnyk in her conversation with Brett Okamoto say, look, my first real sports competition was in judo. So she doesn't feel like a fish out of water in these situations. Of course, Higashi has competed at a very, very high level in the sport of judo. See if she can translate that into some success here.
Kolesnyk trying to find a way to re-pummel with that left hand and get some inside position herself, take away the tight body lock from Higashi. There she finds some space.
Yeah, she did a good job of getting heavy with that overhook. Nice knees there off the break as well.
Higashi now under the strikes of Olena Kolesnyk and presses against the barrier one more time.
Yeah, that was a well-timed clinch there by Higashi.
She used the kick to freeze Kolesnyk's feet and close the distance behind the kick to get to the clinch. Kolesnyk now trading places with her, putting Higashi up against the fence. So Kolesnyk's trying to gather up Higashi's hips. Maybe try a little Metzger, pick her up and see if she can dump her.
You know, he's also transitioned to a double, it seems. Well, that underhook from Higashi making things a little more difficult, but her right arm can definitely attack that leg. Oh, nice knee.
Jinx, show me a root beer.
Yeah, that was a beautiful knee right to the body.
Now Kolesnyk swinging her way into another clinch. Higashi able to turn and get her hips on the outside, pressing Olena Kolesnyk against the barrier here. Final 10 seconds of round number 1. Another knee from Kolesnyk. And we'll head to round 2 on ESPN+.
My father, unfortunately, ended up committing suicide when I was a little girl. My mom battled some drug issues, but she did end up having 3 brothers that I do fight for. I want to show them that we can do it. I want to show them that no matter what, sorry, give me a second. I want to show them that no matter what the cards are dealt for us or what life hands us, because even though they're younger than me, each one of them has faced their own very, very difficult times, and I want to be the one that shows them that we can do it.
Welcome back, PFL fight fans. Olena Kolesnyk and Yoko Higashi in the smart cage. Brett Okamoto listening in cage side. What do you got, Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I think anybody watching this fight can see that Olena is having a lot of success when she's close enough to do anything, right? It's sort of closing that distance against Yoko. So they're calling for straight punches and feints. She's reacting to those feints to get her a little off balance, and that's when you can move forward. No hooks, because those are short punches. We want you with the jab and then a long cross to just close a little bit of distance, because when you get your hands on her, you're finding success.
Thank you, Brett. A very important second round has begun. If Olena Kolesnyk wants to guarantee herself a playoff spot, she needs a finish in this round. Yoko Higashi also gonna need a finish to give herself a chance.
Higashi showing good lateral movement, but not throwing a whole lot of volume now. Trying to land those kicks from the outside. Finding some success with that, though.
Yeah, Higashi definitely being a moving target, being tough to get a beat on. And then when Kolesnyk does finally find her range, she gets excited and smothers her punches a little bit and ends up in that clinch.
Let's fight, girls. A couple of uppercuts there from the clinch position for Kolesnyk. Is now on the chase.
Oh, I think that body kick may have hurt Higashi. It's an excellent kick down the middle.
Nice knees here from Kolesnyk. She switches up to the body.
Yeah, she's getting way more aggressive now. Excellent knees there from the clinch, and Higashi has an issue with her glove, it seems.
Looks like a pinky finger may have come out of the loophole.
Push kick there from Kolesnyk as Higashi looked like she was about to close the distance.
Yeah, that's been a successful strike for her here in round 2.
Olena, where's your thumb, Olena? Where's your thumb? Yeah. No. No, leave that throw, push it. Be strong, break
Body
away
lock by Higashi. Kolesnyk finally breaks that grip.
1, 2.
Higashi back out on the move.
Again, landing with that front kick to the body.
That is a nasty teep.
Higashi's not feinting her way in. She's showing a lot of lateral movement to get away from Kolesnyk, but when she attacks, she attacks in a straight line. And Kolesnyk is timing that front kick because of it.
Nice straight right hand to the body there from Yoko Higashi. The hook did not land on the follow-up. Overhand right from Higashi. Puts Kolesnyk on the retreat momentarily.
Higashi now starting to feint a little bit more. Nice body kick by Higashi. Kolesnyk needs to find a way to cut off the cage better.
She's just a half step behind. She's not staying out in front and corralling her.
She also needs to use her strikes to try to cut off the cage as well, whether it's a hook or a kick. Try to trap Higashi up against the cage here.
Well, we talked about how important this round is for Olena Kolesnyk to get a finish to guarantee herself a spot, but I am a little bit curious about the strategy from Higashi in her corner. I mean, she's dancing around, she's moving around the outside of the smart cage. To understand the situation and know that you need a finish here, I don't know if that's necessarily the methodology that's going to get it against someone like Olena Kolesnyk.
Yeah, I think you're right, Sean. I think Kolesnyk has too much experience. She's trying to, move laterally and then surprise her and snipe her from the outside and then get out. But I don't think that's going to be a great path to victory here against Kolesnyk, and certainly not to get a finish.
The live odds are back to minus 1,200 for Olena Kolesnyk. I think they were about there when this fight started as she unleashes another left hand. And as I say that, the odds increasing to minus 1,450 for the heavy favorite. Nice work again with the knees. Kolesnyk going to work on the head of Yoko Higashi. Open looking on closely. Final few seconds. And to round 3 we go.
I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet. I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. They are willing to develop the sport more, and most importantly in Africa. I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home, for me, is like a huge accomplishment. We couldn't expect anything more.
Friday, June.
Welcome back to Overtime Elite Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Regular season action, women's featherweight division. Olena Kolesnyk is in the purple. Yoko Higashi is in the gray. Olena Kolesnyk, now that we're in the third round, cannot clinch. She can keep her hopes alive. Yoko Higashi is going to need to find a way to pull off an upset here as you look at the live odds heavily in the favor of Olena Kolesnyk. PFL's proprietary AI score gave both rounds 1 and 2 to Olena Kolesnyk. Let's fight off the cage. Who now presses Higashi into the cage.
Kolesnyk has found some great success up against the cage with knees, now trying to chip away at the legs with some punches.
Stop! Separate! Separate! Turn around! Turn around! Didn't like that stalemate. Fight! Dan Hardy, what do you think of this fight so far?
I think Olena Kolesnyk's having a really good performance, a disciplined performance, which we've not necessarily seen from her in her previous career. Higashi, to me, of course, she's got the judo advantage, but it seems like she's leaning into the fact that she's the smaller fighter, trying to be quicker. You know, when she clinched up with Kolesnyk in the first round, she felt her strength, she struggled with the takedowns, and I think it's just discouraged her. She's trying to fight from the outside against the bigger fighter. It's not working out.
A flurry and a combination here from Olena Kolesnyk. Started with the knee, a couple punches in the middle, and tried to finish it with a kick. Higashi is able to evade that final technique and continues her movement around the outside of the smart cage.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing that evolution in Kolesnyk's game. She's been landing a lot of knees. She's really known for her boxing skills, but doing some great work in the clinch, backing up Higashi with some great knees to the body and to the head.
She's been training out of a little boutique MMA shop not many people have heard of, Extreme Couture. Final 3 minutes of this fight.
Oh, big knee.
Level change there from Higashi. Beautiful sprawl from Olena Kolesnyk, who then offers the high kick on the exit. Higashi able to just stay outside.
Olena's been really patient, trying to stalk her opponent here. Higashi, again, with a lot of lateral movement, which makes it very difficult to attack.
In deep on a single leg attempt here.
Back of the head, watch the back of the head.
Yoko Higashi.
Higashi comes up with the head inside single, has that hip. Can she finish the takedown and maybe steal the round?
Let's go to our cage side correspondent, Brett Okamoto, one more time. Brett, what do you got?
Yeah, you guys are going to love this. Olena's corner is still very much encouraging her to move forward. They actually told her before this third round, like, hey, we got 2 rounds banked, so you're going to win this fight as long as you don't lose the third round, but as long as you don't get finished in the third round. But that's not good enough. We want the finish. We want to get these points to solidify our second trip to the playoffs, and you can see that in the way Olena's fighting. She is keeping on the gas, even though she is obviously ahead on the scorecards, guys.
Thanks, Brett. Yeah, 1 more minute here in this fight for Olena Kolesnyk to try and earn a finish. Landed a nice right hand there in the combination.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier. That right hook was a great way to cut off the cage against Higashi, stopped her from moving laterally to her left.
The real factor as this clock winds down now is Kolesnyk didn't make weight in the first season bout. It cost her a point in the standings. Certainly hasn't secured her standings in the playoffs yet. Would that point be the difference?
Here we go. Kolesnyk getting on top. She can get a finish here, landing some heavy shots there. Trying to transition to her back.
Hammer fist from Kolesnyk as Higashi desperately pursues a takedown that has evaded her in this whole fight. And there's the final bell. Olena Kolesnyk, another impressive performance, but Randy, you brought up a really great point. Barring any major surprises, she's on her way to another decision victory. Good for 3 points in the PFL standings. You add that to her first decision victory, but then you subtract a point because she missed weight. A total of 5 doesn't guarantee you anything.
Yep.
Here's your Cageonomics stats bundle presented by Geico. You can see Olena Kolesnyk tripling up the total output, more than doubling the strikes landed for her opponent. And the goose egg, right, pitching the shutout on all the takedown attempts for Yoko Higashi shows some of the evolution of Olena Kolesnyk's game.
Here's a couple flurries here from Kolesnyk. Did a great job in the boxing range as we thought she would. Higashi showing a lot of lateral movement. Kolesnyk with some brutal knees. I thought that really was the strike of the fight. Kolesnyk landed A lot of different knees. There are a lot of different areas and a lot of different ways in the clinch. On the outside, step knees, beautiful front kicks to the body as well when Higashi was trying to move forward. Excellent sprawl right into a takedown from Kolesnyk. Big, heavy right hands. Higashi didn't like that. Ended up saving herself by getting to a single. Kolesnyk believes she's done enough to get the win there. Solid performance there from Kolesnyk.
AI score gives all 3 rounds to Olena Kolesnyk. Our experts agree with the algorithm and say that Olena Kolesnyk has done enough in this fight. The official judges' scorecards are with Andy Shepard. Go ahead, Andy.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored about 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision, Olena Kolesnyk.
2 in a row for Olena Kolesnyk. Continuing to improve. And you can see she's improved her position in the women's featherweight standings, up now to 5 points. Marino Mokhnatkina with 5, Amber Leibrock with 6, Larissa, Pacheco, and Evelyn Martins each have 3 points. Yoko Higashi is eliminated from her first PFL season. Get your hands on the official PFL NFT. Browse a range of packs containing PFL athletes, knockout moments, and much more. Make a purchase today and scan the QR code now. Brought to you by TNNS. Martina Jindrova coming off a loss, which means it's win or go home for the decorated striker. Her opponent tonight, Julia Budd. Here's a Brett Okamoto thought from Julia.
Julia, I am so excited for this fight because of what you've said about it, that you've actually trained differently, that we got to go. We got it's all gas right from the very start. What is that feeling like, knowing that that's going to be this type of fight? Like, as soon as the referee's out of the way, you're getting into a fist fight immediately.
Yeah, it almost feels freeing in a way. It's like, I feel like I've just let everything go and I let it fly, and I worked so hard all camp. So I'm ready to go in there and showcase like how hard I worked.
And of course, we're going to be looking at the standings all night tonight. Do you like that you're going early and you can set this tone a little bit, or do you kind of wish I wish I was going in knowing exactly what I needed?
No, I like that I'm going early because I really don't care what anyone else is doing out there. I'm fully focused on me, my performance, and what I do. So.
Well, it feels like it's going to be chaotic and fast right from the beginning, so can't wait, and best of luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Welcome back, PFL fight fans. Atlanta, Georgia, host for 3 straight weeks of regular season action as we push to the 2023 Professional Fighters League playoffs. Marino Mokhnatkina backstage. Make sure you follow at PFL MMA on all your favorite social media platforms. Get the latest and greatest on the only true sports format in the sport of mixed martial arts, regular season playoffs, and a $1 million championship. All right, here's another look at the women's featherweight standings. Olena Kolesnyk has improved to 5 points. She's now 2-0 on the season. 2 decision victories, but a deducted point for missing weight. That could prove to be disastrous for Olena Kolesnyk, depending on how the rest of these fights play out, because she would lose a tiebreaker automatically with anyone else who has a 2-0 record via decision. More featherweight action on deck here, brought to you by Locked In Hydrogen Water. Julia Budd versus Martina Jindrova.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Martina Jindrova.
Highly decorated kickboxer and 2022 PFL semifinalist. She hails from Prague, Czech Republic. Wants to be known as more of a complete mixed martial artist, not just a striker. We'll see if she can put some different skills on display against the always formidable Julia Budd. A true winner-go-home scenario for Martina Jindrova. She has 0 points coming into this bout. She can't gain any in her second regular season opportunity. The $1 million pursuit ends here in Atlanta.
And in the red corner, Julia Budd.
There is Julia Budd, the former Bellator champion. They call her the Jewel. Very experienced, 20-plus fights in women's mixed martial arts. Still in phenomenal shape at 39 years of age. And also in a win-or-go-home scenario.
All right, here are the keys to victory for Julia Budd. It's all about her wrestling and how efficiently she can do that throughout this fight. For Jindrova, she needs to stick and move, and she needs to be sharp with her get-ups if she does get taken down to the mat.
Still a tape brought to you by Locked In Hydrogen Water. As I mentioned, Julia Budd, 39 years of age, making her 7 years older than Martina Jindrova. Both of these women standing 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighing 146 pounds. Reach advantage on both arms and legs, favoring the Canadian Julia Budd. Andy Shepard, take it away.
The following is a women's featherweight contest in the PFL regular season. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is a kickboxing specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 146 pounds and has amassed a professional record of 6 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Prague, Czech Republic, Martina Jindrova. And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She is a mixed martial arts specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. She went in officially at 145.5 pounds. In 22 professional fights, has amassed a record of 16 victories and 6 defeats. Fighting out of Port Moody, British Columbia, Canada, the Jewel, Julia Budd. Your referee in charge, Blake Grice.
Blake Grice equipped with the ref cam. The favorite Julia Budd in the purple, the underdog Martina Jindrova in the gray.
You ready?
0 points for both of these women. It's win or go home. Julia Budd promised she'll be aggressive from the get-go. Martina Jindrova is going to need to be to try and earn a finish as well. Neither woman can clinch in this fight, but to keep the hopes alive, obviously win first, try to get the finish.
That was a nice heavy leg kick there by Budd. Jindrova showing a lot of movement, a lot of feints.
Another leg kick from Budd as Jindrova tries to come in.
I'm surprised that Budd hasn't tried to take this fight right to the ground.
We saw Jindrova in a warm-up in the back when they showed her. She was working on that takedown defense, stuffing those takedowns, finding a way to circle out of those positions, especially against the cage.
Yeah, that's where Budd likes to get a lot of her takedowns. I think it's smart for Jindrova to really show a lot of good circular movement here, trying to dominate the center of the cage.
They traded a leg kick from Budd for a right hand from Jindrova there, which is often the counter to that naked low kick. Take a listen inside the blue corner of Martina Jindrova.
Bravo! Attack! Let's go! 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, bravo! Bravo! 3-2, let's go! 3-2. 1-3, 1-3-2, 1-3-2. Martina, 1-3-2, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go!
Calling for the 1-3-2 and the 3-2. They want Martina Jindrova to lead with that left hand, and that was a nasty right. Julia Budd on skates temporarily here.
Budd's in trouble. Can she recover?
Can Martina Jindrova capitalize on the right hand that finished the combination? Budd appears to be recovered here. She unleashes a couple knees of her own and grabs his plum.
Yeah, Jindrova's got to break that tie clinch and go right back to work. Julia Budd, with her experience, did a good job of tying Jindrova up, buying herself some more time. She's breathing, trying to get her wits back.
Back to the center of the smart cage. See if Martina Jindrova can dial in the range on that right hand again. Randy, what does Julia Budd need to do to get this fight to the ground?
She needs to anticipate the jab or that right hand from Jindrova and use that to level change, get under that punch, and get to that body. Try and find a way to put this fight on the ground.
You can see the left hand now twice in a row here for Martina Jindrova finding its target.
Julia Budd landed a nice right hand there as well.
There's another.
She needs to take control of this fight. Jindrova looking very sharp with her boxing right now.
And the kinetic footwork from Jindrova is making her very difficult to get a beat on and take down, to get to that body, to get in on those legs.
Absolutely agree with that, Randy. Jindrova showing excellent movement here, staying sharp, staying defensively responsible as well, and it's throwing Julia Budd off for sure.
There was again that least favorite of all mixed martial arts phrases from Kenny Florian, defensively responsible. I don't like it.
I'm surprised you could even utter that phrase, Sean.
Only in a quote, Randy. Chance of Martina from the crowd here. A sizable Czech contingent, it would appear, by the flags waving in the upper deck at Overtime Elite Arena.
Yeah, both ladies have kind of slowed down in the volume department here. There's another one of those exchanges. Leg kick for the overhand right from Jindrova.
Not typically an even trade, in my opinion, but I guess that depends on the power of the kick.
Jindrova doing a great job of sticking and moving, guys.
Yeah, and as a kickboxer, Jindrova's used to getting kicked all the time. So
yep,
it's probably a trade she's willing to make a lot.
Final 10 seconds of a really interesting first round here. We'll see the second frame here as PFL Mixed Martial Arts continues on ESPN+. Welcome back to regular season action in the PFL. Kenny, let's walk through this replay.
Well, Jindrova's doing a good job of closing that gap, landing some nice strikes, and then getting out, not allowing Julia Budd to hit a takedown or get to that clinch. There was that right hand that hurt and stunned Julia Budd. You see here, not be able to find Jindrova there. Excellent footwork, excellent striking from Jindrova in round one.
You gotta go here. You ready? Let's go. You ready?
Martini Jindrova in the gray, Julia Budd in the purple. You can see the live odds in Martini Jindrova's favor, and we bring in our betting expert, Ian Parker.
Thanks, Sean. You know, in the beginning, we actually leaned towards Jindrova by decision. I think she's winning this fight. That first round, her striking was there. She was leading the dance. Julia Budd talked about coming out of a cannon. She's throwing punches very slow. She's not really moving forward. If this fight stays on the feet, Martina Jindrova at -140, I like it. Even at -160, I would still do it. I think she's going to win every single round as long as she stays to the game plan, to the course. I like her to win this fight.
Dan Hardy, do you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely, I do. I think this is a really smart game plan for Jindrova. She's staying on the outside. She's using her kickboxing experience to try and pick her opponents off. And honestly, Julia Budd needs to not stand her ground so much and try and draw her opponent in so she can get those takedowns a little easier. Now she's up against the fence. We might see the fight swing in the opposite direction. But definitely first round for Jindrova.
And this is where Julia Budd wants to be. Physically imposing. She's very strong. She's got the body lock here. But Randy, you made the point in the first round. This is what Martini Jindrova has been working on as soon as she found out about this matchup. Even backstage, she was warming up. This is the position she was in.
This is exactly where she was at in her warm-up, and you know she spent a lot of her camp in this spot right here. This is worst-case scenario when you're facing somebody like Julia Budd. She gets this fight to the ground. Not only is she going to control you, but she might find a way to finish you from the ground fighting perspective.
Take a look through the referee cam there. Martini Jindrova trying to create a stalemate here. Budd going to work with some knees to the body.
Julie's got to pull Jindrova off the cage, look for an angle, and then look for that outside trip or body lock takedown. Jindrova doing a good job staying heavy on those overhooks.
Jindrova's trying to find the space to re-pummel. Julia Budd doing a great job of keeping head position, staying in tight on that body. She's having trouble finding a way to get to a trip and put this fight on the ground. But Jindrova has got to find a way to re-pummel, circle that underhook, and get some space between Julia Budd and those hips.
Round two is halfway gone as you see Marino Mokhnatkina down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. She's currently second place in the standings. Her bout against Evelyn Martins still to come right here on ESPN+. Back to the center of the smart cage with 2 minutes to go in the second frame.
The right hand has been the best punch for Julia Budd so far. It hasn't been successful so far when she does get to the clinch against Jindrova. Jindrova definitely did her homework in preparation for this fight.
So Martini Jindrova there with a little look-off feint froze the feet of Julia Budd and then went left, right.
I like that little 1-5 combination she threw there, that little uppercut, because Budd is ducking a little as she tries to enter. She could land that uppercut.
Dan Hardy, we saw that Martini and Jindrova jab land again.
Yeah, you know, she's doing really well counter-striking. I feel like that clinch may have sapped some of her energy, maybe some of those knees to the midsection, because all of a sudden she's gone flat, and she's trying to counter-strike as Julia Budd's pressuring forward, which is only going to end her up against the fence dealing with takedowns if she doesn't get that movement back that she had in the first round.
Yeah, Dan, absolutely agree. And this is kind of going back to one of the keys is being efficient. She's good at getting the clinch. Sometimes she wastes a little bit too much energy in there and gets tired out in the process. And I think that's what's happening here in round 2, Dan.
Yeah, you saw her when she got out of that clinch, she shook her arms and got the blood flowing back in there. But definitely to spend some energy there.
Oh, nice 1-2 there from Jindrova.
There's a 10-second warning here for the second round. The final seconds tick away. Round 3 ahead as regular season action continues.
Yeah, what time is it? It's knockout time. Yeah, boy, Biaggio Ali Walsh. That's right, baby. Come out the gate. Come out the gate. We can't wait. You heard? He's going down. Look at him. He's up on the screen. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Flavor Flav is in the building, baby.
I thought I heard a clock ticking.
The godfather of Biaggio Ali Walsh, who happens to be the grandson of Muhammad Ali. He'll open our main card here. Coming up later tonight at Overtime Elite Arena. Round 3 in women's featherweight regular season action. Julia Budd in the purple, Martini and Jindrova in the gray. See the live odds now still in Martini and Jindrova's favor, although that number has moved to make it closer to a pick'em, interestingly enough.
Yeah, and I think Julia Budd really needs a finish here. Jindrova has been in control. I thought last round was much closer than round 1, but Julia Budd hasn't had a lot of success when the fight goes to decision. If you look at her last 3 fights, so needs to really get to work here. Oh, nice overhand right from Julia Budd. That's been her best punch. But Jindrova right back with that jab.
Here's the entry that Julia Budd needed. She's under the hips, hands locked. Can't get the lift, at least for now. Martini and Jindrova clearly been working on the takedown deep.
Jindrova using that whizzer, that overhook to pull Budd up, back up to chest test position, get her off those hips.
And that's what Julia needs to do. She needs to mix in those strikes, try to off-balance, or get Jindrova to respond to those strikes where she can get her off balance and finish one of these takedowns.
Take a look at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen and look who's in the building at OTE. Francis Ngannou, recently signed Professional Fighters League heavyweight. The hardest hitting man on planet Earth is right here in the building beside the PFL Smart King.
And the chairman of PFL Africa.
Live odds now switching in the favor of Julia Budd. Budd pressing Martini and Jindrova against a smart cage barrier. Yet to complete a takedown in this fight.
I want to double, I want to top, and I want to finish.
I'd like to see Jindrova re-pummel with that right arm. She keeps switching her hips the other way. Now she can do it with her left arm. Re-pummel and then circle towards that underhook. To get chest to chest. There, she's got it. Circle towards it. Should be able to find her way out.
Yeah, let's see if Jindrova can just change her level a little bit, get that shoulder a little bit lower than Bud's. And Julia is so strong in that position.
Round 3 halfway gone. Julia Budd continues to work with the knees to the legs and midsection. Martina Jindrova trying to find a way to winnow out of this position.
Bud switches to the high single. Want to capture the hip of Martina Jindrova and pick her up off of her feet. Jindrova using, nice, found her way out.
Back to the center of the smart cage. With 2 minutes to work for both of these women to try and earn a finish and the bonus point that comes with it in the 3rd frame. Kenny, are you surprised to see that the live odds have swung in the favor of Julia Budd?
I have, definitely. I think she's doing a good job of getting cage control there, but not really landing enough in my mind to steal this fight. I thought rounds 1 and 2 probably went to Jindrova. Round 1 for sure. Julia Budd doing much better here in round 3, but needs to get a lot more going here.
I agree with that, Kenny. I think she got to the clinch twice, both in round 2 and in round 3, but really was ineffective at doing anything with that position, other than control where the fight was happening.
Right. Oh, nice overhand right.
As you mentioned, Kenny, that has been the best strike technique for Julia Budd all fight long.
Julia finding a lot more success here in round 3. Got off to a little bit of a slow start in this one, but right hand starting to find her mark more. She's throwing with more volume. And Jindrova has slowed down a little bit with her strikes.
Final 10 seconds of this fight. Left hook landed at the end of that combination for Martina Jindrova. And there's the final bell. We'll go to the judges' scorecards and see who can earn a 3-point decision victory for the regular season standings. So Martina Jindrova, Randy, coming off the wrong end of the highlights. Went back to work. She knew who her opponent was. She knew what Julia Budd was going to try to do. She was able to stay on her feet for the whole fight as we take a look at the Cageonomics stats bundle. Will it be enough for Martina Jindrova? Or did Julia Budd, with the pressure and the control in an otherwise pretty even fight, steal a couple rounds here?
Here's the overhand right by Jindrova. Again, followed it right up, and this is the one that hurts Julia Budd. Here's the overhand right by Budd. Jindrova with the long jab, the jousting jab. Budd comes right back. Jindrova counter-punching here. There's the sportsmanship at the end of the fight.
Interestingly enough, the AI score gives rounds 2 and 3 to Julia Budd. Round 1 definitively to Martina Jindrova. So the AI score gives the fight to Julia Budd. We'll see what our experts think. Experts disagree. Randy and Kenny both think Martina Jindrova deserves to see her hand raised. The official decision is with Andy Shepard.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored about 29-28. For your winner, by unanimous decision, Julia Budd!
So the judges agree with the AI score. The fans in the building do not. Julia Budd ekes out a decision victory. That'll give Julia Budd 3 points in the standings and break a 3-fight skid. Dan Hardy's with the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner for the Celsius post-fight interview. Tell me about that fight. That was a very tough back and forth, a rough first round. You had to regroup. What was your thought process for the scorecards there?
I knew I won the second and third, but I was pretty hurt in the first round. She caught me good, and I just had to like refocus, reset, and then go for it in the second and third.
Is that wisdom and experience that helps you make that adjustment?
Yeah, for sure. But then I feel like I was starting to get my like I got back in the third round. I started feeling like my hands were landing, and but I mean she's a really tough opponent. I knew what a good kickboxer she was, and I worked really hard for this though, so I pushed through.
It was a great performance. You got your 3 points. Go and enjoy the Bud Light Lounge, and I'll see you in a little while. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Julia Budd.
Julia Budd, as Dan mentioned, with 3 points. And it doesn't count unless you take the selfie in the smart cage. We'll be here in Atlanta for one more event on ESPN and ESPN Plus next Friday. That's June 23rd. The second half of our regular season rolls on. Fighters are vying for playoff spots and a shot at $1 million in the welterweight and lightweight division. For ticket information, go to www.pflmma.com. Here's our updated women's featherweight standings. Amber Leibrock with her 6-point finish in her first fight, and she still gets a fight tonight. She has clinched already. Marino Mokhnatkina, Olena Kolesnyk have 5 points apiece. Larissa Pacheco, one half of our co-main event against Leibrock later. Julia Budd now has 3 points in the standings. There's a man who's in a winner-go-home scenario. Marcelo Nunes has 0 points right now in the standings. With the way things are stacking up at heavyweight, he's going to need a finish. He'll take on Danilo Marques on the Just for Men beard cam. How'd Danilo Marques get here? Well, had to start it off on the Challenger Series here in 2023 against the very tall and rangy Raz Hilton. Got him to the ground, choked him out, and then picked apart Yorgan de Castro on April 7th in Las Vegas for a unanimous decision victory.
There are very few names that resonate in the combat sports industry like the name Ali. And you can imagine the kind of pride as well as pressure that's associated with that for Biaggio Ali Walsh. He's an amateur right now, he's about to make his professional debut, but he doesn't fight like an amateur. He fights like someone that's got combat sports in his blood, in his DNA. And I think that his grandfather would be incredibly proud of the performance that he's put in so far.
You know, you could be Muhammad Ali's grandson and be not a good fighter at all. You know, where's the attention there?
We've seen in previous fights he's got a clear preference for striking, but then he has an incredible sprawl. Very strong hips, he stuffs the head, he gets back to his feet.
Ali Walsh all over him right now.
And that pinpoint accurate right hand that he's got can land on anybody's chin and put them to sleep.
And the right hand, that'll do it! Wow! Biaggio Ali Walsh unleashes hell on Tom Grayson.
I'm ready to show my speed, show my explosiveness, show my fight IQ, show people how much I've improved, and show people like, wow, this kid really does have a lot of potential.
Biaggio knows that he's got a lifetime of work to put in to follow in his grandfather's footsteps, and he's on the right track.
I see myself as a champion.
Nice sprawl by Ali Walsh.
Oh, big right hand!
Right back to stalking his prey here.
Oh, right hand! And Mark Smith has seen enough. Biaggio Ali Walsh, first round TKO. Take down stray grays and beef up patchy areas with Just for Men's new one-day beard and brow color. Scan to learn more about this temporary gray fighter that stays put till you wash it out. Just for Men, the official beard color brand of the PFL and Kenny Florian. Just to remind you how our regular season format works, the toughest test in mixed martial arts goes like this. 10 fighters per division, 6 different divisions, 2 regular season fights. We're here in Atlanta for the second of those regular season fights. 3 points for wins, bonus points for a finish in any round. The top 4 fighters on each points make the playoffs, and if you can fight your way through the playoffs and take down a PFL championship, it comes with $1 million and a shiny gold belt. Heavyweight standings right now. Denis Goltsov, 6 points. Jordan Heiderman got a 6-point stoppage victory earlier when Patrick Brady's knee gave out on him. Mo Green will fight in our main event later tonight. He's got 5 points going into that against Ante Delija, who did not participate in the first half of the regular season, so the 2022 champ will be desperate. Up next is Danilo Marques. He's got 3. Reina Ferreira and Mateusz Scheffel all have 3 points as well. Our next bout, brought to you by Just for Men, is a regular season heavyweight contest, an all-Brazil affair. Danilo Marques versus Marcelo Nunes, who is in a win-or-go-home situation.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Marcelo Nunes.
Marcelo Nunes is a 2022 PFL Challenger Series alum. Fancies himself a grappling specialist, 7 career submissions. He's 9-2 as a pro, and a true globetrotter as a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coach. I mean, he's been obviously to his home country of Brazil. At one point was teaching Jiu-Jitsu in Guam, where he met his wife. Came stateside and pursued a mixed martial arts career.
And in the red corner, Danilo Marques.
There's Danilo Marques. Randy sporting a full head of hair this time.
Yeah, not shaved up like he was last fight. I'm glad his still grows.
11 career finishes. He's got 7 submissions, just like Marcelo Nunes does. Also a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. And as you guys know, oftentimes when 2 high-level grapplers are squaring off in a mixed martial arts event, it means that it's decided by striking, of course. Kenny's keys to victory.
Yeah, for Danilo, he needs to look for those long-range strikes and avoid being on his back. And for Nunes, you know, I think it's going to be very similar. He's got to look for those takedowns. I think that's his best path to victory. Also needs that top position control. So look for that battle for top position here in this fight.
Here's our Just for Men tale of the tape. Danilo Marques, 37. Marcelo Nunes is 34. Marques is the taller fighter at 6'4". He also weighed in 3 pounds heavier. 3-inch reach advantage on the arms and 4-inch advantage on the legs, favoring Danilo Marques. Andy Shepard, get the heavyweights going.
The following fight is a PFL regular season contest and takes place in the heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a jiu-jitsu specialist and stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 248.5 pounds. His record consists of 9 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, Marcelo Nunes. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a mixed martial arts specialist and stands 6 feet 4 inches tall. He went in officially at 250.5 pounds and holds a record of 14 victories and 4 defeats. Also fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, Danilo Marques. Referee in charge, Rob Hines.
Rob Hines to oversee the heavyweight action. Danilo Marques is in the blue. Marcelo Nunes is in the gray.
All right, gentlemen, here we go. First round, you ready? First round, you ready? Go, fight.
A touch of the gloves. Orthodox stance for both fighters. One-two unleashed there from Marques off the guard of Danilo Marques, of Marcelo Nunes, has gone down to the leg 3 times already.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of trying to chop away at that lead leg of Marques.
Tried to catch that body kick attempt there from Danilo Marques.
A little spinning crescent kick here from Nunes. Didn't know he had that in his arsenal.
Exchange of leg kicks. And Nunes uses that to get chest to chest with Danilo Marques.
You can already see that left calf of Marques pretty well marked up there.
Marcelo Nunes working with the knees on that right thigh of Danilo Marques. Marques the favorite in this fight. Nunes the plus 190 underdog. Let's bring in our betting expert, Ian Parker. Ian, how'd you bet this fight?
Sean, we got Danilo Marques in our parlay. Right now, not a lot of movement on the lines. Marques went from minus 240 to minus 235. But as we saw in that last fight with Marcelo Nunes, he did the exact same thing, gassed in the second round and lost. So I think if Marques can outlast his clinch, get his hands going a little bit more, I think he could win in rounds 2 or 3.
Thank you, Ian. That was a nice combination from Nunes. Started with 2 punches and finished with another kick to the body. Marques attempts the jumping knee out of the clinch. Overhand right, glances off the guard of Nunes, who goes back to work on the lead leg.
Yeah, Nunes showing some good combinations here in round one. The question is, can he do this for 15 minutes if necessary? Wasn't so efficient in his last one against Maurice Green, but showing some good striking here.
Good combination with a right hand lead and then the left hook to follow from Danilo Marques. 2 overhand rights from Nunes.
Yeah, Nunes staying way busier than Marques, and he's winning this round because of it. May have hurt him with that right hand.
And that leg, the lead leg for Danilo Marques, both thigh and calf, showing some contusions. Heavy kicks here from Marcelo Nunes.
He's doing a good job of cutting off the cage as well. Really chopping away at that lead leg of Marques. Marques really needs to be careful. He needs to start defending those.
Oh, nice striking.
Oh, wow! Marcelo Nunes with the right hands and a 6-point finish.
Wow, how about that striking for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt? Excellent pressure, excellent blitzes. As soon as he had him hurt, he took him out. Tremendous performance there from Marcelo Nunes.
That was almost, who was that guy?
Yeah.
We didn't see him a month ago.
No, not at all.
Denis Goltsov had a 6-point finish in his first regular season fight. We'll see him later right here on ESPN+. Marcelo Nunes, that's more aggressive striking and just a tone setter from Marcelo Nunes that we have not seen in a PFL Smart Cage thus far.
No question. I mean, that's exactly what you need to do. And Marques was a tough matchup for him, but he stayed aggressive, he believed in his striking, and he got it done.
Geico Cagenomics stats bundle, and you can see Marcelo Nunes, not only did he outthrow Danilo Marques, look at how much he landed. Wow. I mean, that's an incredibly high percentage.
Yeah, 32 for 33 leg kicks. I mean, that's a ridiculous percentage of landing those shots. And people are going to look at this video and like, I thought this guy was a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. He stayed really loose. He was aggressive. He was attacking at the right times. He was mixing things up. Excellent striking variety.
Guys, the most important thing about that fight is I told you that striking would decide it because it's 2 Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts.
This is true. I mean, we see it so many times between wrestlers and Jiu-Jitsu guys. There's the finish. Just a beautiful blitz. And, you know, it was brilliant because Marques had nowhere to run. He stuck up against the cage. That was a devastating right hand. That really was what did it. He followed up with the left hand. How about this hammer fist at the end, though? Just missed it there on the replay, but here's that blitz. Nunes just kept walking forward. Absolutely crushed him with that right hand. There's that hammer fist, though. Wow. Aggression and precision from the Brazilian Marcelo Nunes.
Marcelo Nunes fighting like Danilo Marques owes him money.
Yeah.
And gets a 6-point finish.
He does. He owes him $1 million. Well, maybe the PFL does, but
Kenny, I'm glad you brought that up because the dream stays alive.
Yes.
For Marcelo Nunes because of a finish like that. The AI score, artificial intelligence score, is a rating from 0 to 100 based on the effectiveness of your technique in every round. The only way to score a perfect 100 is to get the finish, and Marcelo Nunes did just that. We'll make this one official with Andy Shepard in the Smart Cage.
Referee Rob Hines calls a stop to the action at 3 minutes and 40 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via knockout, Marcelo Nunes.
First round knockout victory for Marcelo Nunes puts him 2nd place in the current heavyweight standing. So Denis Goltsov 1-0 so far, still to come in our feature bout on ESPN Plus against Jorgen de Castro. He's top of the table. Nunes bounces back off a loss with a 6-point finish. Heiderman had one opportunity, improved to 7-0 as a pro mixed martial artist tonight after the Patrick Brady injury. And Maurice Green, one half of our main event, later tonight has 5 points. Dan Hardy is inside the smart cage with our winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner for the Celsius post-fight interview, my friend. You came in here with no points, and now you've got 6. How does that feel?
Feel great, man. I have a great training camp. Everything's supposed to work good in the first fight, but I fight home, and I never experienced that before. I bring out my family, friends, and students. I put a lot of pressure on myself. But win or lose, I know who I am. I know how hard I work every day. And today, I'm glad everything works out. Be able to show all my hard work today. And I want to say thank you to my team, my striking coach, my brother, Ronnie Marques, and everybody from home, Las Vegas, Zina team, Team Picanha, all the heavyweights are there that helping me prepare for this.
I think we're going to see a replay of this. Just talk me through this finish and what the game plan was for Danilo Marques.
I feel his arm is open, and I see the center is open for the uppercut. And I change. If I throw a straight hand, I throw a right uppercut, follow up to the jab, and I overhand the right. And be able to connect another jab in there, in the right hand where he's dropped.
You knew the leg kicks were going to be a key.
Yeah, I've been working a lot of the calf kicks. We work a lot in our training camp, and I expect to work. I put some of my training partners back home now for my preparation because we work high calf kicks, it's hard to block. It's not a muscle can make stronger, you know?
Congratulations, my friend. Go and enjoy the victory. Ladies and gentlemen, Marcelo Nunes.
Beautiful performance from Marcelo Nunes, who puts himself, for now, inside the playoff picture. Up next will be women's featherweight, and that woman right there, Marino Mokhnatkina, warming up with Coach Wood against Evelyn Martins, fast-rising prospect, only 20 years of age. Women's featherweight regular season action next.
We're coming.
This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
Oh, that just chopped his leg off. PFL featherweight
PFL season is a marathon.
1 fight down, 3 to go.
Back-to-back camps.
Y'all gotta go through some drama and some pain to know if you wanna do this. This is a warrior sport, guys. This is for warriors.
It's a culture you create. It's a culture. It's a movement.
You can try and
oh! Big right hand! He's in big trouble! Oh boy! What a shot!
Grueling physical test. 4 fights in 8 months. The championship fight is for $1 million.
This league is not for everyone.
You can try and
Another victory comes 2 weeks out.
Dominant.
Oh, right hand landed! Swinging away, trying to make something happen here. One of the best fights I've seen of the year.
To become a champion in the PFL, you need to be a different kettle of fish. I'm on a purpose for legacy now. I want people to speak my name in these streets for the rest of the time.
They will be vicious, they will be by force, and they will be violent.
a look at Overtime Elite Arena here in Atlanta, Georgia. Home for 3 straight weeks for us here in the Professional Fighters League. The fans are in the building having a great time in the Celsius Cage Side Club. Kenny has been dancing like that in our broadcast position as well. Here's our women's featherweight standings. Amber Leibrock has clinched. We'll see her later on in the co-main event. Marino Mokhnatkina is up next. She's got 5 points from her first regular season bout. We'll see if she can get the job done against Evelyn Martins, who has 3 points from earlier in the season. This women's featherweight regular season contest is brought to you by both Marino Mokhnatkina and Evelyn Martins.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Evelyn Martins.
She can clinch with a finish in any round. Evelyn Martins, in her first PFL season, is looking to make a statement very early in her mixed martial arts career. She's only 20 years of age. Undefeated so far, earned her place here on our PFL Challenger Series. And some people say maybe not even the best in her own family. She's got a sister who's also a rising prospect. The family made the move to the United States so she and her sister could pursue athletic excellence. So far, so good for Evelyn Martins.
And in the red corner, Marino Mokhnatkina.
Marino Mokhnatkina comes sprinting into the smart cage. 3-fight win streak for her. She's only lost in the last 6 years to one woman. One woman named Kayla Harrison. Pretty decent. 7-time Sports Sambo World Champion. 5 points from her first bout in the regular season. See Coach Wood in the corner. Her significant other, Sergey Spivak, also training together every single day.
All right, the keys to victory here for Mokhnatkina. She needs to look for those takedowns and be sharp with her ground control. For Martins, she needs to stop those takedowns and get off to an early start.
Tail of tape presented by Bose. Marino Mokhnatkina is 35 years of age. That makes her 15 years the senior of Evelyn Martins. Martins is the taller fighter at 5'8". She did miss weight, so sets herself back 1 point in the standings because of it. 2-inch reach advantage on the arms for Martins, a 5-inch reach advantage on the leg reach for the Russian Mokhnatkina. Andy Shepard, if you will.
The following fight takes place in the women's featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 147 pounds and holds a perfect professional record of 5 wins and not a single defeat. Fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida, Evelyn Espartana Martins. And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She is a Sambo specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 145.5 pounds and has a record consisting of 9 victories and 3 defeats. Fighting out of St. Petersburg, Russia, Marino Mokhnatkina. Your referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
There's Gary Copeland with our referee cam on. Evelyn Martins in the gray trunks, Marino Mokhnatkina in the purple. I told you Evelyn Martins can clinch with a finish. Well, Marino Mokhnatkina has never been finished in her mixed martial arts career.
Let's fight.
Touch of the gloves.
It's unbelievable the schedule that Martins has had here this year. This is her 4th fight in 5 months. Running a lot of experience this year. Oh, the advantage of youth.
Nice double leg.
Yeah, beautiful timing there.
Mokhnatkina going to work right now in the closed guard of Evelyn Martins, who's a very competent grappler.
Martins, a regular workout partner with Kayla Harrison.
Martins is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but sometimes she gets a little too content to stay on her back and work from there. But she really wants to try to get back to her feet. She has the ability to do that, or had the ability to do that when her back was up against the cage. It looks like she's trying to go to a high guard and attack the arm of Marino Mokhnatkina.
Mokhnatkina able to throw a couple of right hands down in a hammer fist.
There's the arm lock.
Mokhnatkina, seasoned grappler herself, not really reacting to it yet.
She needs a better angle in order to attack that arm. She's starting to work for it now. The elbow might be out though. If that happens, she can maybe attack with a triangle.
Up kick there from Martins to create a little bit of space. Mokhnatkina right back into the guard.
Yeah, good job to keep.
Martins got the guillotine.
Trying to go for the guillotine here.
Looks like she's got it tight. Head's in there deep.
Marino Mokhnatkina pressing on the face of Evelyn Martins and extricates her head from the squeeze. This fight started as a pick'em. Live odds swinging slightly in the favor of Marino Mokhnatkina on top.
Although I'd like to see Martins work to try to get back to her feet much more. She is staying busy and attacking off of her back, which is good to see as far as trying to impress the judges with effective grappling. She's been more aggressive than Mokhnatkina has, and Mokhnatkina has been the one who's been on top.
This time those up kicks by Evelyn Martins, the space she needed.
Martins fights her way off the cage and gets out of the clinch.
This is also a pacing that favors the younger Martins. She loves this fast and furious pace. Mokhnatkina likes to take her time. She's more methodical. And Martins creating some more chaos in here on the feet. Oh, nice right hand by Martins.
We've seen Evelyn Martins work those leg kicks in the Challenger Series, and she's gone to it a couple times here early against Marino Mokhnatkina.
Martins likes to go one direction, and that's forward.
Yes.
Kinetic energy coming right at you.
The best style of fighting, Randy.
Yeah, Mokhnatkina doesn't want to be caught up against the cage there. Oh, nice right hand by Marino.
Just counter to that low calf kick.
And that's the thing with Martins. She gets caught or she gets compromised in some way, and that only seems to wake her up and make her that much more dangerous.
Switch of the stance here for Evelyn Martins. We'll see what she tries to set up with it. Mokhnatkina made her pay with a body kick.
Yeah, that was a beautiful body kick.
Sent Evelyn Martins back to orthodox stance.
Those are good leg kicks. We've talked about this before, but attacking that lead leg will certainly take away the mobility of that opposing fighter. And she goes right back to it.
And you can see Mokhnatkina in a little bit of pain immediately after that kick landed.
Yeah, she's having trouble already with that lead leg. I think she's slowing down significantly, Sean.
I couldn't decide if it was the lead leg or if she's getting a little winded. She definitely seems to be breathing hard as well.
She's kind of lifting up that leg a little bit funny, I think. So, but yeah, I think conditioning may be an issue as well. It's been a fast pace. These ladies have been non-stop here in round one.
Right hand on the trade for that kick. final bell, and round 2 next.
If Ante Delija is able to make it through to the playoffs, then surely his toughest test will be Denis Goltsov.
Stiff jab.
He has a good jab, he's able to manage range, and when it comes to the grappling, I would say he's equally as competitive.
Nice right hand there from Goltsov.
Oh, boy! Goltsov has added things to his game. The things that work well, the things that worked against him. He's come into 2023 with a vengeance. And I feel like Denis Goltsov is going to be the most formidable test in the playoffs.
Quick 6 for Goltsov. Welcome back to Overtime Elite Arena, Atlanta, Georgia. There's a look inside the Bud Light Fighter Lounge. Olena Kolesnyk, victorious earlier tonight, enjoying the spoils of victory. Marino Mokhnatkina in the purple, Evelyn Martins in the gray, regular season women's featherweight contest. Both women came into this bout with points. Mokhnatkina with 5 from her first regular season bout, Evelyn Martins with 3.
Martins goes right back to stalking her opponent, really creating a lot of pressure in there. Now looking for a takedown, which is interesting. I'm not sure this is the best choice here against Mokhnatkina.
Mokhnatkina shrugs it off. Not able to circle to the center of the smart cage, though. Mokhnatkina tried to catch that kick after it glanced off her own lead leg.
Shot by Mokhnatkina.
Yeah, and that's what having, you know, when you have a vulnerable lead leg, it just takes away your ability to explode off of it, and you start to take bad shots like that. So maybe perhaps not a great sign for Mokhnatkina at this point.
Split over.
But Marina has looked really good on the feet. I think she's landed some good shots, good overhand rights.
And she throws another one almost to prove your point, then tries down to the body with the right hand.
Oh,
beautiful combination again. Good counter strike on the exit there from Evelyn Martins, who then steps in and punishes the calf.
And we saw the chin of Martins on full display in both her fights in the Challenger Series. She could take a shot. I don't know if she wants to take too many from Marina, though. Oh, there's, yep. That lead leg is in bad shape.
Marina's struggling with that lead leg. Evelyn continuing to chip away at that.
And then the right hand landed for Evelyn Martins.
Yeah, Martins, when she finds a vulnerability, when she sees a weakness, she will attack it nonstop. We saw that against Jackie Cataline in her Challenger Series fight. It was leg kicks that got it done there, too.
There's the switch of the stance again from Martins. Heavyweights and women's featherweights in the smart cage tonight. And how about that? The baddest heavyweight fighter on planet Earth, Francis Ngannou, sitting beside our PFL smart cage.
And John Jones is here tonight. So, Sean, you can get in between those guys in case something goes down.
You don't say. Nice work here by Marino Mokhnatkina with the takedown.
Yeah, great timing there by Marina. And nice guard retention there from Martins. Now looking for a triangle here. She can escape that leg. Nice awareness from Marina to posture out of that.
Marino Mokhnatkina has never been submitted. She's never been finished in her pro mixed martial arts career. Dan Hardy, what do you think? Marino Mokhnatkina in the guard of Evelyn Martins currently.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge for Mokhnatkina. She really seems to be struggling on the feet, but then as soon as it hits the floor, she's almost shut down because of the constant submission threats of her opponent. That first round was so difficult to score. You've got to think, you know, Mokhnatkina took a lot of damage that will pay dividends in the later rounds, but I don't know if it was enough to score the round for Martins. A good guillotine attempt and some really good calf kicks, but for me, Mokhnatkina stole that first round with better striking on the feet and the takedowns. But this is still very much up for grabs, this fight. It could shift at any moment.
Mokhnatkina now was able to pass, at least temporarily, Evelyn Martins, trying to create a scramble and get back to her feet. Mokhnatkina moves to the back.
Yeah, nice job by Martins to get back to her feet. She needs to get that right arm in for an underhook. She's trying to turn and face Marino. She could do it here now. There she goes. Now she's turning and facing. She has that right underhook. Good job by Martins. This has been a battle.
Left, right, left from Marino Mokhnatkina, and finally Martins is able to work her way back to the center of the smart cage. Final 10 seconds of the second round. We'll see a third frame next.
I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet. I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. They are willing to develop the sport more, and most importantly in Africa. I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home, for me, is like a huge accomplishment. We couldn't expect anything more.
Back up. Welcome back, fight fans. Sean O'Connell, Kenny Florian, Randy Couture, cage side, along with Dan Hardy. And Dan, how have you scored these first two rounds?
Well, I mean, I gave Mokhnatkina the first round. I felt like with the takedowns and with cleaner strikes, she was able to edge that round. But it is worth noting she accumulated damage in that first round that is paying dividends for Martins in the second. You saw her fail on that takedown. She's starting to struggle with movement. It's making her a sitting duck. I feel like Martins is starting to find a way into this fight. I've got them 1 round apiece with Martins taking the second.
Right hand lands there for Marino Mokhnatkina, who's been very aggressive with the striking, and she continues to hammer away with the right.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to this third round. I think Marino is very aware of that right now, pursuing Martins, doing a great job, landing some good blitzing strikes here in round 3.
There's a good look at the leg. Yeah, wow.
That lead leg is beat up. Holy cow. Nice straight blast, though, and followed through with that 1-2 combination all the way across the whole cage.
Oh, yeah, Martins tried to engage with a takedown and allowed Marino to get on top. Yeah, and I am curious. You know, I agree with Dan. I thought that Marino probably won round 1, but again, that first criteria, effective striking, effective grappling. If you're looking at strikes that took the best amount of effect, it took, you know, great effect, it was those leg kicks. So curious to see how the judges are going to score this one. Oh,
very close to a head stomp there. Yeah.
Put herself in a leg lock position. That was interesting.
Mokhnatkina trying to step over and pass the half guard and puts herself
now
in
she's got a leg lock. She's got an ankle lock. She doesn't have it trapped very well, but she's definitely on an ankle lock.
Marino
This is Sambo one-on-one right here.
Trying to get the straight ankle lock on Evelyn Martins, who says, I don't think so, I'm a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Right hand on the exit from Marino Mokhnatkina. We have never seen Marino Mokhnatkina this aggressive with her striking.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see that she stepped up her game this year. Striking looks very sharp. Has had some great takedowns, great timing on that leg kick and the takedown. Wasn't able to complete it there, though. I mean, that lead left leg is in bad shape for Mokhnatkina.
Yeah, she's not going to walk right for a week or two after this one.
Body kick there from Mokhnatkina, and then a right hand from Martins. Ooh, nasty right again.
And this is the value of being a double threat, not only on the ground, but on the feet. Mokhnatkina not really able to shoot the way that she wants, but her striking is what's saving her here in this fight, and her aggression.
Compromising situation here potentially for Marino Mokhnatkina after that sprawl from Evelyn Martins. His front headlock position.
Martins going for the cradle.
Oh, wow,
He's
look at
the
this.
circle. Another leg lock attempt by Marina.
And Evelyn can attack that inside heel hook. The left leg of Marina is vulnerable, but now look at this. They're in 50-50, so both can attack the legs. Marina bails on it. Oh, Martins
got her back.
Beautiful. Oh, excellent roll there by Mokhnatkina.
She times it well, but Martins negates it.
Some beautiful exchanges on the ground here. Now look at Martins trying to land some ground and pound. Uh-oh.
Marina trying to find a way to roll again.
She's trying to attack that knee bar.
Trying to get to that leg.
Yeah, Martins doing a good job of getting that inside hook, that crab ride with that hook, taking away that knee bar. And she should just pound away here with that left hand. She has her foot in the right position. As long as she puts her foot and keeps that stamp to the ground, Marina's not going to be able to get it.
Take a look through Ghost Cam. A view through the PFL Smart Cage.
Martins not really staying busy enough, guys. I think she has an opportunity to steal this round and not landing enough with her ground and pound. Marina trying to attack a knee bar. Martins able to get out.
Back to their feet for the final 30 seconds of this fight. Marino Mokhnatkina swings an overhand right and misses. The right hand found its home again for Marina. Martins responds in kind. In the final 10 seconds, young fighter pressing forward. Spinning back fist and a kick misses. And we'll see the judges' scorecards again.
Great fight.
Great fight. Both women raising their hands, feeling they've done enough. Evelyn Martins with a few words for President of Fighter Operations, Ray Sefo. Marino Mokhnatkina will stay standing on that damaged leg as we take a look at our Cageonomics stats bundle brought to you by Geico. Marino Mokhnatkina, very aggressive with the striking on the feet. She out-threw and outlanded Evelyn Martins. She also had the 3 takedowns. I think it's probably fair to say that Evelyn Martins threatened with more submissions than Marino Mokhnatkina did.
Here's the replays. There's a double leg. Very, very nice job keeping her feet moving and finishing that double leg. Is Mokhnatkina. Here's the big overhand right, which she landed several times in this fight. There's Martins with an overhand right of her own. Nice straight right by Martins. Mokhnatkina with another double, finishes. Overhand right by Marina. Very close, very technical fight by both these ladies.
Excellent exchanges both on the feet and in the grappling. Here's a look at the AI score for this one. Rounds 1 and 3 belonging to Marino Mokhnatkina, according to the algorithm. Round 2 in Evelyn Martins' favor. Do not envy the judges in this one. Randy and Kenny both think Marino Mokhnatkina did enough, agreeing with the AI score. The official judges have final say, and their scorecards are with Andy Shepard.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to our judges' scorecards. The judges scored this bout 30-27, 29-28, 29-28, all for our winner, securing their place in the 2023 PFL playoffs, Marino Mokhnatkina.
So Marino Mokhnatkina, 2-0 on the season, and secures her spot in the PFL playoffs. It's a dangerous crew right there, Marino Mokhnatkina. With 8 points in the standings. All right, Dan Hardy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner for the Celsius post-fight interview. That was a really impressive fight, a really hard-fought battle. Tell me how your leg is.
Очень красивый бой. Как ты себя чувствуешь?
Я великолепно себя чувствую, была готова как никогда. Я очень рада, что я попала в этом году в плей-офф и буду готовой еще лучше, чем сегодня. Не все получилось то, что задумано, но я работаю над этим, чтобы быть сильнее.
I was ready so good, but in the future I will show you guys how I can do much better. And she very happy to win today, to be in playoff, and we go to the win.
Were you expecting it to be that hard of a fight? Did that go to the plan?
Ты чувствовала, что был близкий бой?
Безусловно, это за выход в плей-офф. Здесь нужно было быть готовым на все 100, и отдаю уважение моей сопернице, что она дала такой мне бой.
Yeah, she thinks like this. She thinks yes, she have good opponent. She is strong. She was like with ambition. She's tough. She's young, but she's ready for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, securing a place in the playoffs, Marino Mokhnatkina.
So Marino Mokhnatkina hands Evelyn Martins her first professional mixed martial arts loss and punches her own ticket to the playoffs. For now, top of the table, 8 points for Marino Mokhnatkina. We will see Amber Leibrock and Larissa Pacheco later. Olena Kolesnyk currently in 3rd place. When we come back, we're gonna have a little chat with that guy. Francis Ngannou, recently signed PFL heavyweight. I'm looking forward to this. Next.
To me, what's really important is giving back to people, helping the homeless, giving to charity. That's why I want to become a world champion. I don't want to become a world champion just to say I'm rich. I want to become a world champion to be able to help people. A lot of that has to do with my faith. A lot of that has to do with the inspiration of my grandfather and seeing what he's done, outside of the ring. He was a great humanitarian. He did a lot of charity work and he helped people. And he used boxing as a platform to be able to do those things. That's the end goal, that's the ultimate goal for me.
When I hear people ask me how I feel about him being Muhammad Ali's grandson, it's just a little bit irritating because it's the only thing that I hear. I honestly could care less. It's not his grandfather that's going to have to step in there and fight for him. It's going to be me and him. He's fighting for his legacy. I don't care who he comes from. I'm worried about making people remember me and mine.
Welcome back to PFL action at OTE Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Francis Ngannou, the biggest free agent signing in the history of professional mixed martial arts. Newest PFL heavyweight signing on the dotted line. Not just because he wants to fight in the PFL, but because of everything the PFL offered in terms of leadership and opportunity for this man. And you can see right here why everybody on the planet wanted the services of Francis Ngannou, the hardest hitting man in the history of combat sports. Highly anticipated. When will he make his PFL debut? Will we see him in a boxing ring? Well, hopefully we can get a couple of those answers. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, and of course, Francis Ngannou beside the PFL Smart Cage. Francis, officially welcome to the PFL, sir.
Thank you, Sean.
You know,
thank you, guys.
When I showed up tonight, I was dead sure I would be the best dressed guy in the building. And then Francis walked in and took the title away.
You're still the best. You're still the best. I can give you that.
I appreciate you, Francis.
Okay.
I got to ask you, highly anticipated PFL debut, when is it going to happen?
Oh, it's going to happen early 2024, and I can't wait for that. We are preparing some stuff, and we're going to put the biggest fight down in 2024.
All right. It's heavyweights and it's women's featherweights tonight. What have you thought of the talent so far, especially the heavyweights, of course?
Well, I think it's very impressive. I was very impressed by the performance of Marcel Nunes, which used to be a training partner. I remember like when he came to the gym at Extreme Couture, like he couldn't really strike. He was a jiu-jitsu guy. We needed him for the ground game and wrestling and everything. But seeing him tonight, like I'm like, damn, you better don't sleep for so long because you wake up tomorrow and those people, they are firing it up, you know. So it's quite exciting, and then knowing that we still have some beautiful fight coming up tonight, and basically in the heavyweight division that I'm very excited to watch, you know. So I keep my eyes on those guys. You don't know, you don't know which guy is going to be the guy.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know.
All right, now a big part of your deal in signing with the PFL was you are named the PFL Africa chairman. We've successfully launched PFL Europe, a regional league. It's been great so far. What can we expect from you and PFL Africa?
Well, I think PFL Africa is the masterpiece of this contract. PFL Africa is what get me really like excited about this, because it's gonna be like, it's an opportunity to develop talent out there, to give them help them with the facility, you know, to give them a proper training, because I go back home and then I see how they train, you know, in the kind of condition that they train into. I mean, I was born and raised there, but I'm still always impressed to how they can be like determined to get to somewhere, and I'm very excited to be a part of that, to contribute, to bring something on the table, and also to give them an opportunity to finally, like, you know, train and fight in Africa without risking their life to all those stuff that I've been through in order to go to overseas to achieve their dream. Dream is coming home. Get yourself ready and be prepared, because it's going to be big time. No excuses this time.
And if you're an MMA fan, keep an eye on the talent coming out of the continent of Africa. We will be developing it under the guidance of this man right here. Look, last week, we had Deontay Wilder standing right here beside the PFL Smart Cage, and he kept saying, hey, Francis, let's make something happen. I know you're interested in crossover fights. I know you're interested in boxing. Is there an update on that?
Yeah, we had a discussion. We had a pretty good discussion. It was about like one MMA fight and one boxing fight. And then since his main goal is to go back to be the undisputed heavyweight champion in boxing, then they came around with the opportunity to fight Anthony Joshua. So they respectfully tell us that we put this on hold. They have to sort that out and see what's come out of it. But other than that, we still have this under the situation. So it's just on hold. So it's been a very good conversation with them.
Francis, how's your workouts been going? Where's your conditioning at now? How long till you can actually enter a fight camp, and how do you feel about that? What are the
Well, my condition be good. You know, I just recently recovered from a knee injury. You know, but being here tonight get me so excited. So I want to ask, like, I want to get here back in the octagon right now. So is there anybody in the building for me right now? I want it.
Don't look at us.
Maybe the guy in the pink suit.
Yeah, they got that guy. Listen, when I heard what your opponent was going to make, I was like, you know what, maybe I'll come out of retirement. But now that I'm standing next to the guy, I'm going to rethink that policy.
Don't never underestimate yourself.
Yeah.
You might be capable of doing things that you don't
Sean.
know.
Yeah, you know.
Believe in yourself, Sean.
Listen to Francis encouraging you here, Sean. Come on.
Why do you think Francis is encouraging me to come fight? I wonder. This guy. The baddest man on the planet is in the building. We got more fights to come. We will see him inside the PFL Smart Cage in 2024. But up next is more heavyweight action right here on ESPN+. The Mad Titan, another man with roots in Africa. Cape Verde is where Yorgan De Castro calls home, and Denis Goltsov came into tonight top of the table in the heavyweight standings. He's never made it past the semifinals. Can he do it in 2023?
Denis Goltsov!
If Ante Delija is able to make it through to the playoffs, then surely his toughest test will be Denis Goltsov.
Stiff jab.
He has a good jab, he's able to manage range, and when it comes to the grappling, I would say he's equally as competitive.
Nice right hand there from Goltsov.
Oh, boy.
Goltsov has added things to his game. The things that work well, the things that worked against him. He's come into 2023 with a vengeance. And I feel like Denis Goltsov is going to be the most formidable test in the playoffs.
There it is! Quick six for Goltsov.
Everything's a win from this point on. To be able to test myself against somebody who's considered the best in the world, that's what I want, that's what I've been looking for, because I'm ready to take that spot. My life is fighting, my life is training. Nothing matters more to me than winning this $1 million.
Oh! Leibrock lands the head kick! Wow! And that'll do it!
I'm expecting a 3-round war. I'm expecting the toughest fight of my life against somebody like Larissa Pacheco, and I'm just here for the W.
Welcome back to Atlanta, Georgia. One more fight on our early card here exclusively on ESPN Plus at Overtime Elite Arena. It'll be a heavyweight contest, so here's a look at the heavyweight standings. Denis Goltsov, 6-point finish in his first regular season bout down in Vegas. He'll look for another 6 points in just a few moments inside the PFL Smart Cage. Yorgan De Castro has 0. Marcelo Nunes, Jordan Heiderman, both with 6 points. Mo Green, one half of the main event tonight. He's got 5. There's Marcelo Nunes in the Bud Light Fighters Lounge. His performance tonight, bouncing back from a loss and showing the heavy hands and aggressive striking. Got himself a knockout. Beautiful performance by Marcelo Nunes. Up next, 3 5-minute rounds of regular season heavyweight action brought to you by Bud Light. Denis Goltsov and Yorgan De Castro.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Yorgan De Castro.
The Mad Titan, they call him, Yorgan De Castro, told us he knows exactly what this fight is about. It's forward pressure versus the polished skill set of Denis Goltsov. He promised us, I am going to eat that jab for breakfast.
That's not my preferred breakfast, but I was really impressed with his honest assessment of his skills and where he was at in his last fight. He was really upset with it, and you know, it seemed like he really wanted to go for it and look for an early knockout. So I'm excited to see how he competes here against Goltsov.
If he wants to clinch himself a playoff spot, he'll need a first-round finish by the 3-minute 40-second mark. If Yorgan de Castro can't pull that off, then Marcelo Nunes, who put himself in a great position earlier tonight, will clinch. 9-3 as a professional mixed martial artist. He does have 6 knockouts. Denis Goltsov has lost by knockout before. If that guy can hit you, he will hurt you.
And fighting out of the red corner, Denis Goltsov.
Denis Goltsov, he's been to the PFL semifinals. He's never fought for a PFL championship. Not for lack of skill. This man is as well-rounded as any heavyweight in the world. He's an incredible athlete. He's a multiple-time combat sambo world champion. He is almost 40 fights deep into his pro mixed martial arts career. Legitimately lacks for nothing in the game. '24 career finishes, 14 of those as knockouts. And riding 6 points into the fight tonight.
All right, let's check out the keys to victory for Goltsov. He needs to utilize that long-range weapon. He's got the height and reach advantage, and his jab, as Randy mentioned earlier, one of the best in the game, if not the best in the game. And his ground game needs to be on point. He needs to utilize that here against Yorgan de Castro. And for de Castro, it's about striking volume. He needs to throw a lot more than he did in his last fight, and his takedown defense needs to be on point as well.
Here's our tale of the day brought to you by Bud Light. Yorgan de Castro, the older fighter here at 36 years of age. Denis Goltsov still just 33, despite his extensive experience. Goltsov is 6'5". Yorgan de Castro weighed in at the heavyweight limit. Goltsov with an 8-inch advantage in reach on the arms. Both men measured 43 inches on the legs. Andy Shepard, to you.
The following is a PFL regular season contest in the heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 1 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 264 3/4 pounds and holds a record of 9 wins and 4 defeats. Fighting out of Mindelo, Cape Verde, the Mad Titan, Yorgan de Castro. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a combat sambo specialist and stands 6 feet 5 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 246 1/4 pounds. In 37 professional bouts, he has earned a record of 30 victories and 7 losses. Fighting out of St. Petersburg, Russia, Denis Goltsov. Your referee and judge, Blake Rice.
There's Blake Rice to oversee the action, equipped with ref cam. Denis Goltsov, the heavy favorite, is in the blue. The underdog, Yorgan de Castro, in the gray.
Are you ready? Ready, fight.
Touch of the gloves and we are underway. De Castro steps right into the pocket and eats one of those jabs. And another. And that jab from Goltsov took a piston. Oh, set up the right hand. One right hand and a clinch of the #1 seed. Denis Goltsov with a quick 6. Goltsov was not messing around out there, landing jab after jab. Marcelo Nunes is happy because that result also clinches him a playoff spot. Denis Goltsov wasted no time. Just a devastating right hand. Wow. Not a lot piled up on the Geico Cageonomics stats bundle, but when you hit like that, you only need one. I think he landed more than one. He landed a couple of jabs, too. Yeah. That is the fastest finish in PFL heavyweight history. It only took him 18 seconds.
Man. That right hand was a hammer.
I think he wanted to impress Francis Ngannou tonight.
I think we can watch the whole fight for this replay, Kenny.
Yeah, here it is, just jab after jab. There's a second one and a third. Not landing there, but just keeping Yorgan de Castro on the outside. You get the respect for the jab, and there's the right hand. Stop. Just off at an angle, exposed the center line, and Goltsov would not forgive. Here it is. He overextended himself. He threw himself off balance, and that is just a gorgeous, gorgeous cross. Put Yorgan de Castro down and out. And de Castro is a guy who has an excellent chin. He likes exchanging. He knew this was going to be the case. He'd have to eat a couple jabs to get in. Just Goltsov never let him in the proper range. And when he was able to capitalize, boy, did he ever.
We have talked for years about what it looks like if that guy fights to his potential. Dan Hardy, is he doing that now?
That was just beautiful. I mean, we all talk about the jab of Goltsov, but that was perfect. I mean, let's just play this through right now. So you can see the right in the center of the smart cage. And a stinging jab is going to put him on his back foot. You can see it squares his heels. Pull it back for me, guys. Pull it back for me a little bit. Let's get Yorgan back on his feet. Look at that point there. Right after that jab lands, let's play this forward. Let's play this forward. So the jab lands, we're going to circle. You're going to see de Castro circle in this direction. Then we're going to see another jab hit him on the chin, and it's going to square his feet up. Pause it right there. Look how his feet are in a straight line. He's got nothing to stop him going back into this space here. And you're going to see Goltsov fire this evil right hand down the pipe. Lethal, catches him right on his heels and sits him right on his butt. Beautiful finish for Goltsov. A supreme finisher. And with Ngannou cage side, you know he's going to be clapping his hands at that kind of finish.
Here's your heavyweight standings. Two have clinched so far. Marcelo Nunes and now Denis Goltsov. 2 first-round finishes, good for 12 points. And nobody can pass him in the standings. He is the #1 seed heading into the playoffs in New York City in August. Andy Shepard will make this one official.
Referee Blake Grice called a halt to the action at 18 seconds of round #1, declaring your winner via knockout and clinching the #1 seed in the 2023 PFL playoffs, Denis Goltsov!
Beautiful performance by Denis Goltsov. All right, we'll take a quick one. We'll come back with a look ahead to what is still to come on ESPN and simulcast here on ESPN+. The action is far from over in Atlanta. Welcome back, PFL fight fans. Atlanta, Georgia, Overtime Elite Arena, and we have seen some things tonight, including the fastest finish in PFL heavyweight history just moments ago. Dan Hardy is inside the smart cage with our winner, Denis Goltsov.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the Celsius post-fight interview. My goodness, my friend. Well, first of all, that was very, very impressive. Second of all, that was the fastest stoppage in heavyweight history for the PFL. How does that feel?
Это был самый быстрый остановительный бой, который был здесь. Что ты про это думаешь?
Я думаю, что, конечно же, в тяжелом весе это дело случая. Наверное, именно поэтому всем во всем мире интересен только, ну не только, но в основной массе это супертяжелый вес, когда любой спортсмен, любой оппонент, даже если он заведомо слабее, он может лаки-панч использовать и выиграть этот бой. Поэтому всегда в тяжелом весе, конечно, такие джебы, такие удары пропускают спортсмены, и это все решает.
This is heavyweight, and it's very exciting. Anything can happen here. Like one lucky punch, anything can happen. So I'm just happy that I'm here and put up the win.
And we talk about your jab a lot, being the best in the heavyweight division. That was a perfect setup with the jab. What was your game plan coming in here?
Все знают, что у тебя отличный джаб, и ты сегодня его выполнил так, как многие думали. Что ты про это думаешь?
Ну, что сказать, все знают, но не все успевают от него уклониться, поэтому будем работать и совершенствовать свою технику и добавлять, чтобы не только джеб такой был, но и все остальные удары были такие же.
Everybody knows I have a great jab, but the problem is not too many people can stop this jab, so I'm going to keep working, and I'm going to keep improving, and I'll be back.
And you're right at the top of the rankings, but Francis Ngannou is also in the building. Tell me what you think of the heavyweight champ of the world being a part of the PFL now.
Сегодня здесь тоже Фрэнсис Нганну, сегодня в студии у нас здесь тоже. Что ты про это думаешь?
Я думаю, это хорошая мотивация для всех тяжеловесов, чтобы расти, выходить на новый уровень и доказывать, что в целом чемпион PFL готов состязаться и конкурентный бой показать.
I think it's great that he's here, but it's a great motivation for all the heavyweights. The opportunity can come to anyone, so you just have to keep working, work hard.
Good luck in the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Goltsov.
Denis Goltsov strolls out of the office. There's Dan Hardy. Oh, he loved it! Look, the shock. Dan Hardy aghast at that evil right hand, to quote his own description. All right, so the playoff picture is starting to take shape in the heavyweight and women's featherweight divisions. And we will finish the business in both of those weight classes with our co-main and main events. Ante Delija and Mo Green in the main event. Larissa Pacheco, Amber Leibrock in the co-main. Still to come on ESPN. There's Delija and Mo Green facing off. Two big, tall, explosive fighters. For more on the main event, Dan Hardy.
2022 PFL champion, Ante, walking trouble, Delija.
When an opponent stands across the smart cage from Ante Delija, there must be a concerned voice in the back of their head thinking, this could end very, very quickly. I mean, you've got a 6'5" power puncher with a reach advantage over almost everybody in the division. But I feel like it's his presence that wins a lot of his fights. He is a very imposing individual, and when he starts to punch, he generally doesn't slow down until the referee jumps in and saves his opponent. Ante Delija knows that he needs a finish in this next fight, and the sooner the better from a points perspective to stay eligible for the playoffs. But of course, in front of him, he has a very difficult individual to deal with in Maurice Green.
Samog početka, pa kad borba završi, ja se nadam u roku 2 runde da će biti gotovo. Drugi, ovo je se napravi uspjeh i to i zadovoljan sam s tim, ali želim bi najbolje, želim bi...
All right, so the 2022 PFL heavyweight champ finds his back against the wall. He needs a finish. He probably needs an early finish to guarantee himself a playoff spot. Randy, Ante's capable of it, but will we see it tonight?
I think we will see it tonight. Ante obviously missed his first season regular fight because of an injury. He's back 100% now, says the injury's healed up. It took time to heal up. Here he is against Matthias Scheffel in last year's final. His striking is amazing. He trains with Mirko Krokop in Croatia, who's a legend in both striking and MMA. His accuracy, combinations, footwork, angles, great judo background. This guy's a well-rounded package in MMA. He's going to be tough. Can he get it done tonight?
Well, standing across from him is 6 feet 7 inches of bad man. Maurice Green looks like, well, better than we've ever seen him, quite frankly, in his mixed martial arts career.
Yeah, absolutely. If you go back a few years, he's a completely different dude. Why? He's gained a lot of confidence. He's gained a lot of knowledge from training with one of the GOATs, Jon Jones, who will be in his corner tonight. Now, you know, you look at the way that he's fighting, the intelligence, the composure now. It seems like he's riding high, you know, with the experience of training with Jon Jones, being in the PFL smart cage, and I think we're going to see him at his best tonight as well.
And Maurice Green in a good situation. He got 5 points for that second round finish in Las Vegas in his first regular season fight. So Does that change the way that main event Mo, as he's calling himself this week, approaches this fight with Ante Delija, who, as I said, is desperate? We'll see how that main event plays out. Now let's talk about the co-main event, because it features another returning champion, Larissa Pacheco, taking on Amber Leibrock, who right now is at the top of the women's featherweight standings, at least coming out of the first half of the regular season. She had the best finish there with the highlight reel head kick. Larissa Pacheco did it all last year in the women's lightweight division. Now she's back to chase another title and make history as the only two-division champion in the PFL.
Às vezes ainda é meio que inacreditável, ainda é uma coisa meio... Sei lá, fora assim, foge, né? Às vezes demora para eu poder identificar realmente o que aconteceu. Sair de um lugar de onde você quase não tem perspectiva de nada e chegar num lugar onde eu cheguei, não de fato é 1 em 1 milhão.
Oh, that was a devastating left hook. Pacheco continues to look like a juggernaut here in the PFL.
I expect to see the best version of Larissa Pacheco at featherweight. I feel like she's got the same kind of power and strength that she had at lightweight, but now she's in a more energy-efficient frame.
Nice counter by Pacheco.
That hook landed.
She's going to be able to find finishes easier at this weight class, given the fact that she's got more gas in her tank and more confidence to push that pace.
Pacheco!
Amber Leibrock may be the most difficult test for Larissa Pacheco in this division.
Oh! Leibrock lands the head kick, and that'll do it! Wow!
But if Pacheco is able to deal with that height and reach advantage as well as those snappy high kicks, there are other really, really tough tests in the playoffs waiting for her.
Coloco sempre no desafio e eu sei que eu tô pronta pra guerra o tempo todo, porque eu sei que elas estão atrás de mim.
Larissa Pacheco, as I mentioned, looking to be the first ever PFL fighter to win a belt in 2 different weight classes. But Kenny, the dynamic is very, very different. Last year, she was chasing Kayla Harrison. She was out to dethrone the queen. Now she is the queen. Now she is the fighter that everybody in this division is chasing.
But she's not done yet. She wants to establish her legacy in the sport, and that means becoming a 2-division champion here in the PFL. Last year, she was telling everybody, I'm gonna knock everybody out, then I'm gonna face Kayla Harrison in the final, and I'm going to win. Well, she did exactly that. She did it in dramatic fashion, looked absolutely phenomenal. This year, you know, she had a really rough weight cut. It was very hard on her, but she did what champions do, and she survived, was able to get through against a very tough Julia Butt.
So Larissa Pacheco enters the co-main event with 3 points. Amber Leibrock enters with 6 points on the strength of the aforementioned highlight reel knockout. Randy, the question is, how do you follow up on a performance like that one against someone as tough as Larissa?
Well, first of all, she cuts an imposing figure at 6 feet tall for 145 pounds. She's coming out of 4 first-round knockouts now. She wants to keep that streak going here against Larissa Pacheco. Very long-range weapons. Here's the high kick against Jindrova that ended the night very, very quickly. She uses her range very, very well on her feet and on the ground. So look forward to seeing that challenge with her and Larissa Pacheco tonight.
So an explosive co-main event, and then a main event where you have a returning champion who is desperate for an early finish. That promises to be an exciting close to the fight card tonight. But how are we opening things right here on ESPN, or coming up, I should say, on ESPN and ESPN+? The grandson of Muhammad Ali, Biaggio Ali Walsh, taking on a local favorite, Atlanta's own Travell Miller. Travell Miller, he's not intimidated by the legacy. Biaggio Ali Walsh knows exactly what he carries in. For more on that, Dan Hart.
There are very few names that resonate in the combat sports industry like the name Ali. And you can imagine the kind of pride as well as pressure that's associated with that for Biaggio Ali Walsh. He's an amateur right now, he's about to make his professional debut, but he doesn't fight like an amateur. He fights like someone that's got combat sports in his blood, in his DNA. And I think that his grandfather would be incredibly proud of the performance that he's put in so far.
You know, you could be Muhammad Ali's grandson and be not a good fighter at all. You know, where's the attention there?
We've seen in previous fights he's got a clear preference for striking, but then he has an incredible sprawl. Very strong hips, he stuffs the head, he gets back to his feet.
Ali Walsh all over him right now.
And that pinpoint accurate right hand that he's got can land on anybody's chin and put them to sleep.
And the right hand, that'll do it! Wow! Biaggio Ali Walsh unleashes hell on Tom Grayson.
I'm ready to show my speed, show my explosiveness, show my fight IQ, show people how much I've improved, and show people like, wow, this kid really does have a lot of potential.
Biaggio knows that he's got a lifetime of work to put in to follow in his grandfather's footsteps, and he's on the right track.
I see myself as a champion.
Nice sprawl by Ali Walsh.
Oh, big right hand! Right back to stalking his prey. Here's right hand! And Mark Smith has seen enough. Biaggio Ali Walsh, first round TKO.
And something I want to add to this as well. This is a very special city for Biaggio Ali Walsh. I want to take you back to the 1996 Olympics where his grandfather, the great Muhammad Ali, was invited to come and light the Olympic torch. Now, dealing with Parkinson's, he'd been somewhat reclusive for the months leading up to this. It was a very difficult thing for him to do, to be the heavyweight champion of the world and then step onto a public stage battling Parkinson's, showing this vulnerability. It took a huge amount of courage and determination for him to do that, and you've got to imagine that's a huge inspiration for Biaggio Ali Walsh to step inside the smart cage tonight.
Watching the footage of him lighting the torch for the Olympics was very inspirational. You know, he was a man of courage. He was a man that took risks. He was fearless. And everyone saw that when he lit the torch for the Olympics, you know, and every time I fight, that's what you're gonna see. You're gonna see a man who's fearless, you're gonna see courage, and you're gonna see someone who is not afraid to take risks. And you know, the fact that I'm fighting here in Atlanta is super inspirational because he took that leap of courage in this city. So you're gonna see the same thing Friday.
And you can see that determination and fearlessness in that young man's eyes. It's gonna be a really big night for him tonight, and we're all very excited. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Dan. Look, excited to see another amateur showcase featuring the grandson of Muhammad Ali, but tonight is really about a push to the playoffs in the women's featherweight division and, of course, in the heavyweight division. So still to come, let's take a look at all the fights on the main card. Again, moments away, 10 Eastern on ESPN. We'll simulcast it on ESPN Plus and on ESPN Deportes. We talked about the main event with Ante, Delija, and Maurice Green. Larissa, Pacheco, and Amber Leibrock in an explosive co-main event. Renan Ferreira, Mateusz Scheffel, they're looking for points at a spot in the standings, and Aspen Ladd and Karolina Sobek are both making their push to keep the $1 million dream alive. All right, here's a look at our men's heavyweight standings with Denis Goltsov not only clinching a playoff spot, but clinching that #1 seed with another first-round finish. Marcelo Nunes, his back was against the wall. It was do or die for the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu specialist. And what does he do? He pulls out a knockout victory. Jordan Heiderman's hopes are still alive. Maurice Green's got the 5 points. We'll see him later tonight. And the 2022 champion, Ante Delija, one half of the main event tonight. He's in a similar situation to Marcelo Nunes, back against the wall. You know what? As long as I'm talking about Marcelo Nunes and the rabbit he pulled out of his hat, let's take a look at the highlights. Randy, walk us through this.
Marcelo, a very accomplished black belt jiu-jitsu. He landed the leg kicks early, wore out that lead leg, and just stayed on him. Used his hands, let his hands go. Here's the straight blast. 1-2 combinations right down the pipe. Big hammer fist to finish it off. No answer to any of that. There's the hook. He's gonna come down with that big hammer fist. Boom, end of the night. Great job by Marcelo Nunes. Showed some skills that I don't think anybody in this arena thought he had. He did an amazing job.
Well, Randy, I'm glad you talk about those skills, right? Because Francis came cage side and he said, yeah, we didn't know he was capable of that. And he pulls out the knockout. But look at this. I mean, this is what you're up against.
Goltsov against the Castro. That jab that we keep talking about sets us up perfectly. After the kick, he lands the jab, squares him up. The right comes right down, lands right on the eye of De Castro, and finishes the night for him. Fastest knockout in heavyweight history in the Professional Fighters League at 18 seconds. Pretty impressive.
So if you're Marcelo Nunes and you're feeling pretty good about your striking, right? And you should with that performance. Then you watch what Dennis Goltsov does, and you're just like, man, okay, all right. And he should be happy about it. I'm not taking anything away from what Marcelo Nunes did, but gosh, it just, Goltsov is scary. Let's stay focused on Nunes here for just a second, because he is a highly accomplished Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, right? So we know he's dangerous on the ground. If he's added that not only skill, but the aggression on the feet, what kind of factor can it be at heavyweight?
I think he showed a lot of potential, showed that he has a lot of potential when it comes to the striking game. And I think more importantly, it's easy to come off and have a good performance when you've had a previous great performance. He was coming off a loss, and it was a devastating loss. To me, that's what a fighter is all about. Coming back from adversity, it was a bad loss, looked fantastic here in this one, was able to regroup and get it done in the first round. Tremendous.
Clinches himself a playoff spot. Jordan Heiderman still got to sweat it out a little bit, right? He improves to undefeated. Kind of a weird scenario, we don't know a lot about the guy. He comes in, Patrick Brady gets injured, but it's good for a 6-point finish for Jordan Heiderman.
Which puts him in the mix.
Yeah, he's very much in the mix. We'll see how the rest of these heavyweight fights on the main card go. But Dennis Goltsov, Randy, how important is the #1 seed for a guy like that?
Well, I kind of think we've been waiting for this, to see that we've seen the potential of Dennis Goltsov, and he just hasn't come through in the end when it really mattered. Boy, is he on track to do that this time around.
All right, so the playoff picture's starting to get figured out at heavyweight. How about at women's featherweight? Well, Marino Mokhnatkina looked great again tonight. Hard-fought battle in a pick'em fight against Evelyn Martins, and she ekes out the decision victory. A lot of that with her striking, and this is a woman who's a grappling specialist. Amber Leibrock, you'll see her in the co-main event against Larissa Pacheco later tonight. She's clinched already, but she's looking to make a statement similar to what we saw from Dennis Goltsov. All right, so let's talk a little bit about that Marino Mokhnatkina fight, all right? Because Evelyn Martins, 20 years of age, fast-rising prospect, came into the fight undefeated with a ton of confidence. Marina solved the puzzle.
Yeah, that's right. She had youth. She was undefeated, has a lot of skills, but didn't quite have the experience of that lady right there. And I think that, at the end of the day, was the difference. It came down to round 3, I think, for all of us. We all agreed on that. And Mokhnatkina landed some pivotal strikes in that round, was pressuring and backing up Martins, landed some good takedowns, and pulled off the win. But that was a excellent performance from both ladies.
Absolutely.
So you got 2 playoff spots clinched in the women's featherweight division, and Julia Budd kept her hopes alive with a razor-thin decision victory over Martina Jindrova. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that one could have gone either way.
I thought it actually went the other way, and it was a very, very tough fight, a very, very close fight. Great performance by both gals. Man, Jindrova looked good. She kinetic energy in that first round. She slowed down a little bit. I think the clinch took some things out of her. Julia Budd did exactly what she needed to do to eke out that victory.
And that brings us to another women's featherweight bout brought to you by TNNS. Aspen Ladd and Karolina Sobek squaring off inside the Smart Cage. Karolina Sobek out of Poland. It's win or go home for her. She's early in her professional mixed martial arts career, but you could see 3 wins by submission, and all, interestingly enough, have come through the same submission, a scarf hold, which is not something we see all that often in pro mixed martial arts. There's Aspen Ladd. Also win or go home for her. 7 of her pro wins have come via finish. She had 4 of those wins in the UFC. She's very young, but still a high-level veteran of the sport.
All right, let's break down the keys for Aspen Ladd. She needs to have a strong start. She talked about how she wasn't able to do that in her last fight, so look for that. Let's see if she can do that here. And for Sobek, she needs to stay on the outside with her strikes and utilize a lot of lateral movement to diffuse that forward pressure from Aspen Ladd.
Tail of the tape of this one is brought to you by TNNS. Both of these women shy of their 30th birthdays. Aspen Ladd's 28, Karolina Sobek is 29. Sobek is 2 inches taller, weighed in 1 pound heavier, has a 3-inch advantage in reach on both arms and legs. Andy Shepard, to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the OTE Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, and welcome to our viewers watching on ESPN and ESPN+. The following fight takes place in the women's featherweight division and is a PFL regular season contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is an MMA specialist and stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 145.5 pounds and has earned a professional record of 4 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Biaggio, Poland, Karolina Sobek. And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She is a grappling specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 145 pounds. In 14 professional fights, she has amassed a record of 10 victories and 4 losses. Fighting out of El Dorado Hills, California, Aspen Ladd. Referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
Gary Copeland is equipped with our ref cam to take us up close inside the smart cage action. Aspen Ladd in the purple, Karolina Sobek in the gray.
Round 1, you ready, blue? Round 1, you ready, red? Let's fight.
Right out.
Boy, Ladd comes running
cage.
right out.
Oh,
Sobek hit her with a good one.
It was an uppercut that dropped Aspen Ladd. Now Karolina Sobek pressing Ladd against the smart cage.
Sobek with a great counter shot.
Watch fingers on the
Aspen
eyes.
Ladd, I think, is still trying to
Don't grab the cage, don't
clear
grab
out
the
the
cage.
cobwebs here.
A finish by either one of these ladies in the first or second round will clinch a playoff spot for them. So a lot riding on their performance in this fight.
Sobek's got the body lock here. Ladd hanging heavy on that overhook.
I think she's better off after hurting Aspen Ladd to break away and try to look for more strikes, but maybe she's confident in her top game. What a shot.
No knockouts yet on the ledger for Karolina Sobek. And Aspen Ladd felt like she had a striking advantage coming in. Ran right out to the center of the smart cage and ate one. Appears to have recovered at this point.
Sobek in the high single, head inside single. Trying to capture Ladd's hip, pick her up off of her feet and put her on the ground.
Aspen looks like she's fully recovered now. Doing a good job with that overhook. Now double unders for Sobek.
Another right hand landed on the exit there for Karolina Sobek. Now Ladd trying to work behind the jab for a takedown.
Nice high crotch by Ladd, inside trip. Nice combination chain wrestling by Aspen Ladd to get the takedown. Start with a head outside single and switch to an inside trip.
Sobek trying to get to the cage where she can cage walk back to her feet here. Aspen with good head position.
Get your hands off the mat. Aspen, get your right hand off the mat and posture up. Aspen, you got an open guard.
Sobek very much a competent grappler, but she does like to work from top position.
Aspen's trying to trap that wrist. Unable to do it. She's trying to go right back to it.
Trying to set up that seat belt, trap that wrist and push your body over it.
Sobek doing a good job of controlling that posture, controlling the head of Aspen Ladd. Now trying to get back to her feet. I think this is where she wants to be here.
She's going to try and get to her feet now. She's using that chain link to wall walk up.
Now has the overhook. Good job by Sobek, but Aspen Ladd puts her right back to the mat. Nice mat return there.
Nice job by Ladd to change directions and pull her back over her momentum.
Now Ladd in on that high single. Good position here. So Dan Hardy started with a furious pace, and now they've kind of embraced the grind here. What do you think of the fight so far?
Well, this is exactly what Aspen Ladd was talking about in the interviews we did earlier this week. She's determined to start fast, but unfortunately it seemed like starting fast was the plan, and there wasn't a plan of how to start fast. Now she seems to have regrouped and she found that grappling game. The thing that she talked to us about, she needs to find that grappling intensity, because her coach has said when she gets people on the floor, no one can deal with that pressure, and that's what we're seeing now.
Sobek trying to get a triangle set up here.
Ladd did a nice job of re-penetrating into the double and then switching to the inside trip again to secure the takedown.
Yeah, she's been very persistent, seeking out that takedown now in a nice position to pass guard. She's in half guard right now, has that near side underhook.
And a minute left to work in the first round.
Pushing the mount.
Yeah, she's
very
gonna
close
mount
to
here.
mounting, and there she's
got
made
both
it.
hooks in.
And she's got time to finish this, guys. She's gonna look to posture up and rain down blows. There she goes. Sobek with a nice bridge, but she's giving up her back.
She's got Aspen Ladd riding very high, but Ladd gets the hooks in, works with the right hand.
Ladd's got one arm and an armpit there to pull herself, because she's very high. Trying to get her hips back so they're not so high. Sobek trying to slip out the back door.
And Ladd is trying to finish this fight here in the closing moments of round number one as we look through ref cam.
Ladd might step over and try an armbar here, trying to secure that
Final
far side
10
arm.
seconds.
Yeah, Aspen's a little too high here. Sobek may get herself out of this trouble here. But man, she went from almost finishing the fight to almost getting finished here at the end of the round.
There's Olena Kolesnyk, who is rooting for this fight to go into the later rounds. She has not clinched. She needs this fight to go at least beyond the end of the second round. A round away from clinching a playoff spot in the Bud Light Fighters Lounge. Back and forth here in the first. Aspen Ladd took control of the back half of the round after charging into an uppercut from Karolina Sobek. Sobek had her moments, even on the stand-up, landed the high kick as well.
Yeah, I think she's engaging in the ground, the grappling a little bit too much. You know, she's had the advantage so far in the striking game, just making a couple incorrect decisions, I think.
You know, Aspen Ladd has nearly triple the amount of fights, pro fights, that Karolina Sobek has, and just that recognition of knowing where you have your advantages, that comes with experience.
Yeah.
Back to the center of the smart cage and exchanging jabs. Sobek switches stances.
See if Ladd can get in close enough to set up a takedown and level change. Sobek doing a good job of using long-range weapons, long right hand, long jab.
Aspen looking to throw a little heavier now. She just needs to feint her way in and then level change if she does want to try to finish this on the ground.
Nice right hand stuck through for Karolina Sobek. Aspen Ladd continues to push forward.
Yeah, I mean, she really isn't feinting at all. She's just walking forward, and it's easy to find someone like that. So Aspen really needs to be very careful as she, you know, might run into another right hand like she did in round one. Oh, big left hook.
Randy, Sobek is switching her stances back and forth. How much does that confuse these entries?
It does change which side your head would go out. It can confuse you. Also changes which strikes are pertinent and which one's coming at your head. Ladd in deep. Sobek using that whizzer or overhook to pull her up and keep her off those hips.
An exchange of knees in the clinch here. Aspen Ladd pressing Karolina Sobek against the smart cage barrier.
Sobek with a nice overhook here, hanging heavy on it, and gets an underhook on the other side.
Sobek just keeps repummeling one side or the other. She's got her hips
right off stage, girl.
Down and out.
Now Ladd down on that high single again.
Yep, high single, trying to pick those hips up. Drag Sobek off of her feet. Double overhooks by Sobek now.
Half a round left for either of these women to clinch a playoff spot with a finish here inside of the second frame. PFL MMA, the only combat sports organization with a true sports format. Regular season, we're here in the second half of the regular season, and then the playoffs, and then a $1 million championship at the end of the road. But first, you got to make it through these battles of attrition.
Aspen just a little bit too high on these takedown attempts.
Good movement, head movement there by Aspen Ladd.
Yeah, that's what Aspen needs to do. Instead of just walking forward, she's moving her head much better now.
Don't worry about that wrist control. Just fire your other hand in and go gable grip. Go S-grip right here on her sleeve.
I'd love to see Aspen use that level changes and head fake of a takedown to set up her striking and set up her entries. She's got the threat of it there, but she doesn't use that fake well enough. There's the high single. Pull those legs out.
She's in a nice position to pass as well. Right into half guard she goes. This is how she passed last time.
There's Olena Kolesnyk again, rooting for this fight to go into the third round. If this fight lasts for 60 more seconds, Olena is in the playoffs.
Aspen with some good shoulder pressure there. She's trying to climb through and out of the guard. Almost did it there. She can use her left foot to try to pry that leg, that right leg of Sobek out of position where she can either advance in a mount or into side control. Hasn't quite done that yet. Now she's pushing down that leg, now going into quarter mount.
There it is, full mount for Aspen Ladd with 30 seconds to work. Sobek is still hanging on her head, trying to create a stalemate.
There's an armbar attempt coming. Well, she thought twice about that.
Now
here
she's
it is.
for it. She can finish this. Wow. 14 seconds to go.
Look at the drama here as Olena Kolesnyk is just rooting for this armbar not to be finished. Sobek goes toe.
There it is.
Taps. Oh! Aspen Ladd with the Fab Five finish and clinches her playoff spot.
Wow. Now Aspen has the finish. Kolesnyk does not.
And of course, Olena Kolesnyk would not have to worry about that tiebreaker if she had made weight for both of her regular season fights.
Again, alluded to that when they were fighting, and that 1 point cost her.
Yeah.
Wow, Aspen Ladd up against it in the waning seconds of the round.
5 seconds left.
And Karolina Sobek doing everything she could to work out of it. Had to save that arm.
And she clawed back. She clawed back to get this victory. I mean, she was dropped in the first round, almost got finished, was able to rally back with her experience, and got the finish with just a few seconds left in round 2. Unbelievable.
Our Cageonomics Stats Bundle really tells a story here, brought to you by Geico. Yes, Aspen Ladd did land all those strikes, but man, how about the takedowns to set up those 38 ground strikes to wear away on Karolina Sobek. She moved to the mount twice, In the first round, she tried to finish with ground and pound. Didn't happen. Moves to the armbar in round number 2 and gets the desperately needed finish. Talk us through these replays, Kenny.
All right, here's Aspen Ladd in the mount. Finally gets the angle on the arm. She throws her right leg over the head. She's controlling the head. She's controlling the body. And here's where she starts to attack the end of the lever. So she starts to pry the hands. They're clasped together. She starts pulling out on the wrists, finally able to separate that. And that was what allowed her to get that arm bar and get the leverage for the finish.
She turns belly down and gets the tap. And we'll make it official with Andy Shepard in the smart cage.
Referee Gary Copeland calls a halt to the action at 4 minutes and 57 seconds of round number 2, declaring a winner via submission due to an armbar and clinching their place in the 2023 PFL playoffs, Aspen Ladd!
Five points in the PFL women's featherweight standings for Aspen Ladd, which of course is good enough for a spot in the playoffs. She needed to finish and she got it with 5 seconds to spare. Marino Mokhnatkina still top of the table for now, but Amber Leibrock and Larissa Pacheco will still square off later tonight. And for Olena Kolesnyk, just heartbreak. I mean, all the work that she put in to improve her game, to round it out. She's 2-0 on the season, Randy. She looked really good in both performances, but that missed weight cut really cost her.
That did cost her for sure in this situation. That 1 point would have made the difference here, and she would still be in the hunt, even with one more female fight to go. But look how far she's come. Since we first seen her a season ago, she's just come so far.
Welcome in if you're watching on ESPN from college baseball. Happy to have you here for Professional Fighters League action. Congratulations to the Florida Gators. Our next bout is the grandson of Muhammad Ali, Biaggio Ali Walsh, taking on Trevell Miller. This fight is brought to you by Celsius. Randy, let's talk a little bit about Biaggio Ali Walsh and what this young man has done in growing his mixed martial arts game. He carries that Muhammad Ali name, and he's really trying to carve his own legacy in combat sports, but he's rounding out his skill set so rapidly.
Absolutely, he's very skilled fighter, very articulate, smart kid, and he's taking all the pressure and all the accolades in stride. Still an amateur to get this kind of attention and fight on this platform is remarkable.
And this is the guy he's fighting on this stage, Trevell Miller, local favorite, trains and lives down here in Atlanta, Georgia, making his PFL debut. A great athlete who says the pressure is all on Biaggio. I'm not worried about anything right now. You can see him dancing his way to the smart cage, having a little bit of fun with this opportunity.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, Biaggio Ali Walsh.
There is the grandson of Muhammad Ali. 3 straight first-round knockout victories. Lives and trains in Las Vegas, Nevada. The athletic pedigree doesn't just apply to combat sports. This kid was a Division I college football athlete, highly recruited. Coming out of high school, he's made the transition into mixed martial arts very successfully so far.
All right, here are the keys to victory for Biaggio Ali Walsh. It's all about his boxing range. His footwork needs to be sharp, and he needs to look for those takedowns, see if he can put Miller on his back. And for Miller, he's got to stay off of his back. And also, again, this is his debut here in the PFL. Needs to control those bright light jitters.
Tail the tape for this fight brought to you by Celsius Live Fit. Biaggio Ali Walsh is 24 years of age. Travell Miller is 29. Miller is an inch taller. It was Biaggio Ali Walsh who weighed in heavier. Ali Walsh with the reach advantage on the arms. Both men with 41-inch measurements on the legs. Send it inside the smart cage to Andy Shepard.
The following fight is a special lightweight amateur showcase bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a kickboxing specialist and stands 5 feet, 11 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 154.5 pounds. He holds an amateur record of 3 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Detroit, Michigan, Travell Miller! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 5 feet, 10 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 155.5 pounds. His amateur record consists of 3 victories and a single defeat. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Biaggio Ali Walsh!
There's Biaggio Ali
The
Walsh.
referee in charge, Rob Hines.
Rob Hines to oversee the action. Biaggio Ali Walsh in the red trunks. Travell Miller in the gray. Special amateur showcase,
All right,
which will
here we go.
explain
First round, you ready?
the muffin top glove.
First round, you ready? Let's go, fight.
Touch of the gloves. And the leg kick to open the action from Biaggio.
Biaggio has a cracker for a right hand. That thing is nasty. Said he didn't want to force anything out there. Wanted to show his full skill set in this fight.
It's a cup check, but Biaggio just wiped through it.
Overhand right landed to set this grappling exchange up. Travell Miller does a great job of shrugging it off. Both these fighters very fast. Travell Miller poking out that jab.
Oh, nice job by Miller to circle away from that pressure. Miller believed his experience was going to be the difference in this fight. Oh, there's that right hand from Biaggio Ali Walsh.
Set it up nice with the low kick.
Left hook landed there for Biaggio Ali Walsh. Travell Miller off with a right hand back in response.
Yeah, that was a nice right hand by Miller.
Oh, big one. Hook dropped in it. And that'll do it. Biaggio Ali Walsh make it 4 first-round knockouts in a row.
Yeah, hard to tell if it was a left uppercut or a left hook, but either way, that was nasty up against the cage.
Four in a row for the grandson of Muhammad Ali. Cagenomics Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. You can see it was a fast and furious start to the opening round. Travell Miller had a moment or two in this fight, but once again, the power in the hands of Biaggio Ali Walsh proved to be the difference.
Yeah, Biaggio Ali Walsh really had that speed advantage And you can see it from the get-go. There's an overhand right. There's another. And he was good about getting in, getting out. Here's that right hand. Missed up, like kind of landed on the top of the forehead. That definitely got Miller's attention. And then there's that left hook. Left hook, just beautiful. Right on the button. And you can see right there, Miller is out. Excellent killer instinct right there, Randy.
Yeah, absolutely. That left hook caught him right on the chin. Absolute perfect shot. Miller was doing a good job of picking off a couple of those combinations, but that left hook snuck right in.
There's his godfather, Flavor Flav, and the rest of the family reacting to another finish. Dan Hardy here beside the smart cage, out of his seat. It's a nice vest, Dan. Andy Shepherd will make this one official inside the PFL smart cage.
Referee Rob Hines calls a halt to the action at 1 minute and 27 seconds of round number 1. Declaring a winner via knockout, Biaggio Ali Walsh!
Dan Hardy has the win.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner for the Celsius post-fight interview. Biaggio Ali Walsh, my friend, that was so impressive. Of course, we know you've got fast hands, but you're a fast starter as well. You wanted to get this thing going.
Alhamdulillah. God is the greatest. God wrote this down.
So tell me about this opponent. What did you expect from him? He's an elusive guy. He's light on his feet. He was difficult to pin down to start with. What was the game plan?
I know he's a patient fighter. I know he had a Muay Thai kickboxing background. That's pretty much all I really knew, honestly, going into this fight. I wanted to be more patient. That's something I definitely got to work on. You know, I'm still an amateur. I'm getting the experience. I'm just trying to get better each and every fight.
If we take a look at this replay, I want you to talk me through this, because you pump a jab to draw his hand away for the left hook. Talk me through this.
Yes. Yeah, I wanted to feint, and I saw his right hand go down, so that's why I threw the hook. But yeah, I mean, yeah, as soon as I feinted and I saw his right hand go down, that's like, okay, it's time to throw a hook now.
That was beautifully crisp and clean. So talk to me about the pressure coming in here. Obviously, you know, everyone knows you're Muhammad Ali's grandson. There's a lot of pressure on your name. Talk to me about that. How is it as a young man, before you've even turned professional, to be in here with this kind of pressure?
My existence, you know, just existing and being related to who I'm related to, there's pressure. I had pressure when I was playing football, and that's a whole different sport. I'm definitely going to have a lot more pressure, you know, participating in a combat sport. But I had that since I was a little kid. I don't care. I think how you deal with the pressure is what's more important.
You're dealing with it incredibly well. I'm looking forward to the rest of your career, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Biaggio Ali Walsh.
Biaggio Ali Walsh continues the progress. Beautiful performance once again for the young man. So that was an amateur showcase featuring the grandson of Muhammad Ali. And up next, it's more regular season heavyweight action featuring that man, Reina Ferreira. They call him the Problem, and when you see him in the smart cage, you'll probably understand why. Mateus Scheffel came up just short of a championship a season ago. He's a heavy-handed Brazilian looking to pull off the upset here.
vejo como campeão, me sinto como campeão.
Gets a big left hook. Larissa Pacheco goes right to work.
Me coloco sempre no desafio e eu sei que eu tô pronta pra guerra o tempo todo, porque eu sei que elas estão atrás de mim.
Larissa Pacheco, Women's Lightweight World Champion.
Eu venho de uma categoria acima que é totalmente diferente.
Larissa Pacheco!
Everything's a win from this point on. To be able to test myself against somebody who's considered the best in the world, that's what I want, that's what I've been looking for, because I'm ready to take that spot. My life is fighting, my life is training. Nothing matters more to me than winning this $1 million.
Oh! Leibrock lands the head kick! Wow! And that'll do it!
I'm expecting a 3-round war. I'm expecting the toughest fight of my life against somebody like Larissa Pacheco, and I'm just here for the W.
Welcome, PFL fight fans. A push to the playoffs continues. Tonight it's about the heavyweights and the women's featherweights as the regular season wraps up in both of those weight classes here in Atlanta, Georgia at Overtime Elite Arena. Plenty of action inside the Smart Cage already tonight on ESPN+. And this is what the heavyweight standings look like to this point. Denis Goltsov earned the fastest finish in heavyweight history here in the PFL. 18-second knockout earlier. That improves him to 12 points. He has clinched the #1 seed. And Marcelo Nunes back against the wall. He had 0 points coming in. He needed the first round finish, and he got it. Jordan Heiderman, Maurice Green, all with hope still alive, as are Reina Ferreira, Mateusz Scheffel, and last year's champion, Ante Delija, who we'll see in the main event against Mo Green. Sean O'Connell and the legends, Randy Couture and Kenny Florian here beside the PFL Smart Cage. Let's talk about that main event. Last year's champion, Ante Delija, was out of the first half of the regular season with an injury, which means he's got 0 points. His back is against the wall, but we've seen him finish fast before.
Absolutely. If anybody can handle that pressure and has the skill set to make that happen and score some big points, it's Ante Delija. Here's a guy that trains with Mirko Krokop, one of the best strikers in the sport. He's got great hands, great accurate shot selection. He's going to keep coming. If you stand around in front of this guy, he will tear your head off. He's got a great judo background. His ground and pound is on point. This guy's a total package, and he's on the bubble, so you know he's going to come out hard and fast and score those bonus points tonight.
Yeah, those heavyweight finishes earlier tonight really put the pressure on last year's champion. Let's talk about his opponent. Usually Ante Delija is the bigger guy inside the Smart Cage. Not so tonight. because Maurice Green is 6 feet 7 inches tall. He's been using that range more effectively than ever before in his career. And Kenny, he's got 5 points, so he's not as desperate as Ante.
Yeah, that's right. You talked about pressure. He doesn't have that same level of pressure that Delija has. So for him, though, more than anything else, he's a completely different fighter. Why? He's been training with one of the greatest of all time, Jon Jones. And not only has that helped his skills and confidence, but it's helped his mental game as well. I think one of the things that makes Jon Jones so special is that mental game. The way he's able to compete when the lights are brightest. And we saw Maurice Green at his absolute best against a very tough Marcelo Nunes in his last fight.
He told us in the fighter meetings, he said, look for something different from main event Mo. He's really embracing this opportunity. And as you mentioned, Jon Jones, a lot of people consider him the GOAT in the sport of mixed martial arts. He will be in Maurice Green's corner. He caught up earlier with our very own Brett Okamoto.
Well, Jon, big opportunity for your boy Mo in this main event tonight, fighting last year's champion. What are you expecting to see out of your friend Maurice Green tonight?
Man, we just need Maurice to go out there, have fun, trust his training, and just have fun and be creative. When Mo is on the offense, I believe he is one of the top athletes in the world. And so the main focus with Mo is just to keep him relaxed and having fun and just let it happen.
What makes him so special when he's on the go and he's being offensive? What makes him dangerous?
Well, Mo, he's a cardio machine. He's very creative heavyweight. He spent a lot of time kickboxing before MMA. And he's just a technician. And I feel like the more fun he's having, he allows his skills to just flow. He allows things to happen. And you see just this glimpses of greatness. Ooh, why am I stuttering? But yeah, he's a tremendous athlete. He's just one of the most disciplined and dedicated athletes I've been around in my professional career. And I believe he deserves good things, and he just has my full support. I want to see him win so bad.
What is the key to him having fun, and what can Jon Jones do tonight to make sure that Maurice Green is in the mood to have fun?
Man, I try to keep it playful and positive. Just speaking, great words into his mind constantly, and just letting him know that he deserves it, And I'm just going to be screaming. I'm going to be screaming. I'm expecting to have a sore throat tomorrow, and I'm going to give him all I got. I've been giving him all that I have. He's been giving me the same, and yeah, we're just hoping for a great night.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be fun watching him inside the cage, and you on the side of it as well, of course. Jon, I know it's all about Mo, but the MMA world is pretty aware of something tonight. Francis Ngannou is in that building, and you are going to be in the building as well.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on potentially crossing paths with one Francis Ngannou?
I've met Francis before. He's a sweetheart of a guy. Outside of the fight game, he's a pretty respectful guy. I could be really respectful as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing the brother, giving him some knuckles.
Oh, you're gonna give him some knuckles?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, if we're not fighting, there's no reason to have a bunch of beef, especially when we see each other in person. It's cool to talk trash and keep the fans excited and stuff like that. But if there's no fight contract, then we're bros at the end of the day.
Is there any part of you, though, I mean, because of all the conversations, because of the fact you guys going back and forth on Twitter, like, will you look at him all like, I'm better than you, though? Like, will any of that go through your head when you're giving him knuckles?
I know that I'm better than him, so I don't have to give him any weird looks or whatever. He's big muscles. He's a very impressive-looking figure, but when it comes to this fight game, it's my whole world, and I know who I am.
Awesome, man. Well, we've got a lot to look forward to tonight with Mo. Maybe you and Francis giving some knuckles. We'll all be paying very close attention, man. Well, have fun out there, and best of luck.
Trash talk.
Appreciate it.
Starting shit, bro.
All right, so Brett Okamoto paints the picture very well. Jon Jones will be in the corner of Maurice Green for that main event. Francis Ngannou will be sitting beside the PFL Smart Cage. He's already in the building tonight. So you've got the UFC heavyweight champion, currently, Jon Jones. You've got the guy who departed the UFC as heavyweight champion and is now, going to be potentially the heavyweight showcase for the Professional Fighters League. He'll be part of our super fight division. Going to be fighting in early 2024. And yeah, look, I mean, he's sitting right next to the president of fighter operations, Ray Seffel. That's a cage side seat. So both of these men in the building at the same time. Randy, we'll let you be the one to make sure that
you're going to let me break that up, huh? Thanks.
Well, I've never been a heavyweight champion in the world. Have you?
Yeah. No, I haven't. If you need help, we'll be over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, fellas. I appreciate that.
He's the only man qualified. Sorry, Randy. We'll get to that main event. We'll see Francis and we'll see John later, but there are heavyweights fighting for their playoff futures next when the PFL comes back on ESPN. Welcome, fight fans, to Las Vegas, Nevada, Professional Fighters League action. This is the toughest test in all of combat sport. With a second round finish. To win a championship and that $1 million prize, you got to win 4 fights in less than 8 months.
My grandfather is Muhammad Ali. Like any other fighter, I'm trying to make a name, create my own legacy.
Fighting, it takes up basically your whole life. In order to be successful at it, you better be obsessed with it.
Always had dreams and aspirations of fighting here, and now I'm coming in as the defending champion. Headlining it, man, yeah. Great.
This year, I'm after that championship, man. I get to punch this guy in the face, and they're gonna pay me a lot of money to do so.
It's a goal of mine to really show him, like, this ain't your matchup. This is my matchup.
He says something where he lives rent-free in my head. We know ain't nothing free. He lives in my head, but I made him pay that rent tonight. I'm the landlord up there.
Thank you for everything, man. I'm so sorry.
Keep your head up.
Yep.
I'm dangerous. I feel dangerous. And around those people that I love, you know, I'm a real dangerous guy, and I can't wait for next week.
Oh, man. Both legs are in big trouble here for Marlon Moraes.
That $1 million check at the end, that belt wrapped around my waist, that's the tunnel vision. I can see it. Good, but it can't come soon enough.
I have to say his heart is really great, but bro, you need more than that in PFL.
It is going down tonight. Somebody gets an opportunity to get closer to changing their family's thought process.
Welcome back, PFL fight fans. Take a look at a Bose fighter arrival earlier tonight. Larissa Pacheco, the 2022 women's lightweight champion, arriving here at Overtime Elite Arena. And of course, the 2022 heavyweight champion, Ante Delija. He's riding shotgun with the Bose headphones. Here's our heavyweight standings to this point in the evening. Still a couple of heavyweight contests ahead. Denis Goltsov has clinched the #1 seed. Marcelo Nunes will be in the playoffs. We don't know which seed yet because we have to await the results of the Reina Mateusz Scheffel fight, and of course the main event with Ante Delija and Maurice, who's currently in 4th place with 5 points. 3 5-minute rounds of heavyweight mixed martial arts action brought to you by the Air Force Reserve. Reina Mateusz Scheffel. Both heavy hitters will be seeking a finish and a spot in the playoffs.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Mateusz Scheffel.
Bufa Mateusz Scheffel, runner-up a season ago. 12 of his pro wins have come via knockout. Heavy-handed, and the chance of Bufa ringing out inside of Overtime Elite Arena. Kenny, you want to translate what that means?
Yeah, well, you said bufa ringing out. Yeah, this means to pass gas in Portuguese. It's slang for passing gas. So it's, yeah, pretty funny.
It's a great nickname. It's an all-time nickname.
And in the red corner, Hina Forever.
There's the man they call the problem. 6 feet 8 inches of incredible athleticism. Reina Ferreira, 2022 PFL semifinalist. Up until tonight, he had the 2 fastest knockouts in PFL heavyweight history. But Dennis Goltsov said, watch what I can do. 18 seconds on the right hand. Watch the way that this guy moves when this fight starts. He is unbelievable as a raw specimen.
All right, keys to victory here. For Ferreira, he needs to look for those body kicks and high kicks. Obviously, he has those long legs. He also needs to make good decisions if this fight hits the ground. And for Scheffel, he needs to diffuse that pressure early from Ferreira. Ferreira loves to get off to a good start. He also needs to try to get into boxing range.
Here's your tail of the tape, brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve. Reina Ferreira, 33 years of age. Mateusz Scheffel is 30. Ferreira, as we mentioned, 6 feet 8 inches tall, making him 6 inches taller than Scheffel, who stands 6'2". You see both of these men pushing that heavyweight limit, measuring around 260 pounds. A 10-inch arm reach advantage for Ferreira and a 6-inch advantage on the legs as well. Andy Shepard, to you.
The following fight is a heavyweight contest in the PFL regular season. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 260.5 pounds and holds an impressive pro record of 17 wins, 9 losses, and a single no contest. Fighting out of Curitiba, Brazil, Buffer Matheus Scheffel! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a jiu-jitsu and boxing specialist and stands 6 feet 8 inches tall. He weighed in officially at 259 pounds. His professional record is made up of 9 victories, 4 defeats, and 2 no contests. Fighting out of Porangatu, Brazil, Problema Reina Ferreira! Your referee in charge, Blake Grice.
Blake Grice equipped with the ref cam, exclusive here to the Professional Fighters League. Reina Ferreira in the blue trunks and Mateusz Scheffel in the gray. Reina Ferreira has recently relocated his camp to American Top Team to round out his game. Both of these fighters looking to clinch a spot with a first round finish early.
Ferreira stalking Scheffel, looking for that big shot. There's that body kick.
Really good at giving you something to think about with those front kicks. Now Scheffel goes to work on the leg.
Oh, boy.
Beautiful 1-2.
Oh, big right hand. Overhand right for Scheffel. Drop with the left hook. Problema with the first round finish. There's that explosive start from Reina Ferreira. My goodness.
Clinches a playoff spot with a quick 6.
The accuracy, holy cow.
And look at that. The celebration is more impressive than anything I can do. Geico Cageonomics Stats Bundle. Not here for a long time, but it certainly was a good time. We'll take another look when we return to PFL MMA on ESPN.
No one has ever been in his position. Heavyweight champ walks away.
We don't know the end result. He could sign tomorrow for the most money anybody's ever signed for in fighting history.
Francis Ngannou is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world. And so we'll see what he does.
I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. For whoever feel ready, I'm the baddest mother on the planet. I'll be fighting in the pay-per-view super fight division. It has always been my goal to control my own destiny. When somebody feels respect, you get the best out of the person. The reason why I signed with the PFL is because of their willing to develop the sport, most importantly in Africa. I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home is like a huge accomplishment. Along with the PFL, now that I'm in the position to speak, to fight for those who doesn't have a voice, because at the end of the day, it's fighter first. Fighter is the one doing the sport. At the end of every accomplishment, there's another challenge. That's how you build your own legacy.
Georgia PFL regular season here. And Reina Ferreira just put in quick work. A knockout victory for Problema. We'll hear from him in just a moment, but Randy, let's take a look at these replays.
There's the long distance weapons, the 1-2. Now Mateus is against the fence. He tries to get into a slugfest with a much bigger man whose accuracy was on point tonight. Stayed out there. Those long-range weapons are very, very tough to deal with. There's that big straight right hand that sent him back to the fence, and then he just pot shot, the hook missed. There's a hook to the side of the dome. Here comes a straight right, and he's down. Did a great job. 6'8", as athletic a person as we've seen grace the smart cage. He was on point tonight. When he is confident and you give him range, he's going to be very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, that's right. And Sheffield said, you know, he didn't want to be on the outside against Ferreira, but easier said than done when you get a guy who's pursuing you, backing you up, and utilizing those weapons in the proper way. How about that celebration? Wow.
I give that one a 7.5.
He didn't stick the landing so clean. Yeah, you're right.
Dan Hardy says, what? Well, what was a left hook, Dan Hardy? We'll make this one official with Andy Shepard inside of the smart cage.
Referee Blake Grice calls a halt to the action at 50 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner via knockout and clinching their place in the 2023 PFL playoffs, Reina Ferreira!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Reina Ferreira has clinched his playoff spot, 6 points, and that's where he is now, number 2 in the playoff standings, with one heavyweight fight still to be contested. Dan Hardy inside the smart cage with the winner.
ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Reina Ferreira. My friend, that was very, very impressive. Tell me what the game plan was coming in here and what you did to prepare for Mateus Sheffield.
Vitória impressionante,
como foi a estratégia para se preparar para cara contra o Bufa? Enfim, grande luta.
Primeiramente, boa noite, galera. Good night. Queria oferecer essa luta pro meu grande amigo aí que se foi, Felipe Cabocão. Monstro, tá sempre aqui no nosso coração. Treinei pra caralho, me dediquei muito pra essa luta. Claro, com todo o suporte aí da minha equipe, da American Top Team, é um trabalho que a gente já vem fazendo. E cheguei na equipe e a gente acabou de aprimorar. Então, lutar com um cara igual o Bufa, que é um cara que eu considero um amigo, foi muito difícil pra mim. Mas assim, viemos para fazer o trabalho e travamos essa guerra aí, consegui sair com essa vitória.
I'd like to first and foremost dedicate this fight to a close friend of mine who passed, MMA fighter Felipe Cabocão. You'll always be remembered, you'll always be in our hearts. As far as strategy and preparing for this fight, I mean, I came into a new gym, an American Top Team with 3 great coaches out here. We lapidated and we work on an existing game plan and, you know, the tools that I had in my tool set, and I think we're working into something very, very special here. Tough to fight a guy like Mateus, who I consider a friend, but ultimately we're here to get the job done. So,
well, you've secured your place in the playoffs. Tell me what you have to do to be the world champion for 2023.
Garantiu a vaga nos playoffs. O que você tem que fazer para garantir que você seja o campeão de 2023 pesado?
Vou continuar treinando firme aí, estou pronto para qualquer um que vier. Esse ano o campeão vai mudar, esse ano eu vou ser campeão. Eu vim para ficar e é isso, estou pronto.
Keep training as hard as I am and rest assured there's going to be a new champion this year. I'm ready.
Good luck, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Renan Ferreira.
Renan Ferreira in business, still chasing that $1 million dream. We'll see him in New York City as part of a heavyweight play. Take a look at the Air Force Reserve prep point, Larissa Pacheco. She's got a PFL belt at home and is looking to become the first person to get another belt in a second weight class. Also getting wrapped up and ready, Ante Delija. Back against the wall for the 2022 heavyweight champion. We'll see both of them still to come on ESPN.
Garden's the Mecca. Everyone in the world knows where Madison Square Garden is. It's the most iconic arena in the world.
Beautiful. Right hand right on the button.
Às vezes ainda é meio que inacreditável, ainda é uma coisa meio... Sei lá, fora assim, foge, né? Às vezes demora para eu poder identificar realmente o que aconteceu. Sair de um lugar de onde você quase não tem perspectiva de nada e chegar num lugar onde eu cheguei, não de fato é 1 em 1 milhão.
Oh, that was a devastating left hook. Pacheco continues to look like a juggernaut here in the PFL.
I expect to see the best version of Larissa Pacheco at featherweight. I feel like she's got the same kind of power and strength that she had at lightweight, but now she's in a more energy-efficient frame.
Nice counter by Pacheco.
That hook landed.
She's going to be able to find finishes easier at this weight class, given the fact that she's got more gas in her tank and more confidence to push that pace.
Pacheco!
Amber Leibrock may be the most difficult test for Larissa Pacheco in this division.
Oh! Leibrock lands the head kick, and that'll do it! Wow!
But if Pacheco is able to deal with that height and reach advantage as well as those snappy high kicks, there are other really, really tough tests in the playoffs waiting for her.
Coloco sempre no desafio e eu sei que eu tô pronta pra guerra o tempo todo, porque eu sei que elas estão atrás de mim.
can take down stray grays and beef up patchy areas with Just for Men's new one-day beard and brow color. Scan to learn more about this temporary gray fighter. Stays put until you wash it out. Just for Men, the official beard color brand of the PFL. Still to come, our co-main event and our main event of the night. One of those fights will take place in the women's featherweight division. That's Larissa Pacheco, Amber Leibrock. And then Ante Delija, last year's heavyweight champion, meets Mo Green in the main event. Sean O'Connell here beside the PFL Smart Cage with the legendary Randy Couture and Kenny Florian, and the newest PFL heavyweight signee, Mr. Francis Ngannou. Francis, welcome back to Atlanta, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure.
All right, we just saw a 50-second knockout victory for Reina Ferreira. What do you think of the heavyweight talent?
Listen, when I walked in, I made my prediction. I think a lot of people have been sleeping on Reina Ferreira. And as I said, he's somebody to watch very close. Because not only is he black belt jiu-jitsu, but his striking is impressive. It's clean, everything. I watched some of his tape, and yeah.
Impressive performance by Reina Ferreira, clinching a playoff spot tonight. But the real question on all the MMA fans' minds is, when will we see Francis Ngannou inside the PFL Smart Cage?
Beginning 2024 is when I'm stepping in the PFL Smart Cage.
All right. You heard it right here. Beginning of 2024, Francis in the Smart Cage, back in the sport of mixed martial arts. Do we know anything about an opponent just yet?
Not just yet. A lot of things can happen. You see how things are changing tonight. You know, this is a sport that the landscape can switch really fast. And you don't know what could be next in the next, what could happen in the next 5 to 6 months. So let's see.
All right. When Francis signed with the PFL, big news, the biggest free agent signing in the history of mixed martial arts. And it wasn't just about money in this contract. It was about opportunity, and not just opportunity for yourself, but for the whole continent of Africa. You are now the chairman of PFL Africa, another PFL regional league to develop talent in their home countries. Tell us what we should expect from PFL Africa.
Well, we should expect to see like more talent rise from Africa. You know, since PFL is putting a talent development and helping with the infrastructure and everything around like fighting game, to give more opportunity to those talents out there that are so passionate, excited, and do not have those opportunities yet. I see this as an opportunity to make it a big platform for them, you know, and to allow them to express their skills and to do what they love, like stressful-less.
So what's it been like for you to assume not only, you know, the role of baddest heavyweight on the planet, but now a leader for all of Africa, for growing mixed martial arts in a place where, you know, so much talent has already come out of, but so much still yet to be discovered?
Well, you know, he has always been a dream of mine to see, like, see something grow back home, and then to be doing the sport and get to this point and be able to impact, like, to bring something back home to your people, you know, I think for me is the most exciting part of it. And I mean, I just see myself like somebody that were lucky to make it here, and wish so many people weren't yet. So, and now we have the opportunity to bring that back. It's something that I'm very excited about, and that's been my personal mission for so long time.
Last thing before we let you go, Francis. John Jones is in the building tonight to corner his buddy Maurice Green. Have you spoken with John Jones yet? You've been going back and forth on Twitter. Any personal conversations just yet?
No, we didn't have any personal conversation, and I think we don't have a reason for. I think the only personal conversation that should be on right now would be PFL and UFC trying to figure out how to do the cross promotion and Ngannou and John Jones fight.
I love that idea, as long as I get to call a Francis Ngannou John Jones fight. The baddest heavyweight on the planet is in the building to watch the heavyweights as they vie for playoff spots. We got one more heavyweight bout. Our main event, Ante Delija taking on Maurice Green. But before we get there, a co-main event. Larissa Pacheco taking on Amber Leibrock. Pacheco's got a belt at home. She wants another one, this time at 145. And that woman, all 6 feet tall at 145 pounds, Amber Leibrock, coming off a highlight reel victory in her first regular season bout. Can she beat last year's women's champ?
If they got 2 feet in the belt, I want it.
Up and down. Oh my goodness! Right now, tapping. Huge knee.
They'll pay us for overtime. We got to get in and get out.
PFL champion, Ante, walking trouble, Delija.
When an opponent stands across the smart cage from Ante Delija, there must be a concerned voice in the back of their head thinking this could end very, very quickly. I mean, you've got a 6'5" power puncher with a reach advantage over almost everybody in the division. But I feel like it's his presence that wins a lot of his fights. He is a very imposing individual, and when he starts to punch, he generally doesn't slow down until the referee jumps in and saves his opponent. Ante Delija knows that he needs a finish in this next fight, and the sooner the better from a points perspective to stay eligible for the playoffs. But of course, in front of him, he has a very difficult individual to deal with in Maurice Green.
Samog početka, pa kad borba završi, ja se nadam u roku 2 runde da će biti gotovo. Drugi, ovo ne se napravi uspjeh i to i zadovoljan sam s tim, ali želim bi najbolje, želim bi...
I'm supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be right where I am. I'm gonna calm Andre the whole time. Okay. It's mental warfare.
Pa kad borba završi, ja se nadam u roku 2 runde da će biti.
Left hands are significant, and now head up for Harris, turn it up! Big shot by Maurice Green. Really a little taunting. Oh, wow, jam again.
I'm gonna end his 2023 PFL run as quick as it started.
Welcome back to Atlanta, PFL fight fans. Overtime Elite Arena playing host for 3 straight weeks of regular season action as the push to the playoffs continues for the heavyweights and the women's featherweights. A little update on our women's featherweight standings. Marino Mokhnatkina right now in first place. Amber Leibrock, she's clinched the spot with her 6 points from her first bout. She's up next to fight. We told you earlier that Olena Kolesnyk was out and Aspen Ladd was in, but correction on that, Olena Kolesnyk actually holds the tiebreaker over Aspen Ladd because of their head-to-head matchup that Olena won. So, neither of those women have clinched just yet, but Olena in the 3 spot, and for now, Aspen Ladd in 4th place. That brings us to our co-main event, a women's featherweight feature brought to you by Puncher's Chance Kentucky Bourbon. Larissa Pacheco, the 2022 women's lightweight champion, now down at featherweight, taking on Amber Leibrock, who's already clinched a playoff spot but wants to prove a point.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, Amber Leibrock.
Touch him up, Amber Leibrock has 5 knockout victories to her credit, including the one we saw in her first PFL regular season fight. A beautiful head kick. Victory over Jindrova, set it up, landed it high. The sound on that was like a home run baseball. And this woman is on a mission to prove that she belongs in the same conversation as the great female mixed martial artist. She knows exactly what she's up against when she faces someone like Larissa Pacheco. 4-fight win streak on the line tonight. Former Gladiator Challenge champion. Proud representative of the Bay Area, calls Hayward, California home.
And in the red corner, Larissa Pacheco.
Larissa Pacheco finally got over the hump a season ago, dethroning the Queen, Kayla Harrison, for her first PFL championship and the $1 million prize that comes with it, but she is far from finished. Larissa Pacheco now seeking an opportunity to become the first ever PFL fighter to win a belt in 2 different weight classes. Andy, you've done it. How difficult is it?
It's a big challenge. Different skill sets and different things become very important. Certainly, as she's moved down in a weight class, I was up at heavyweight, moved down to 205 to do it there. We're faster. It's a little bit different game. You have to play it a little bit different. You got to fight them smarter.
5 first-round knockouts in the PFL. 2022 PFL World Champion carries 3 points into the bout tonight. And even though she's coming down a weight class, Randy, she's facing a taller, longer woman.
Definitely counterintuitive, but Amber Leibrock cuts a very intimidating figure at 6 feet tall at 145 pounds.
Kenny Florian's keys to victory.
All right, for Pacheco, she needs to get into boxing range. That's going to be key for her. She also needs to be the one who's pursuing. She needs that consistent forward pressure. That's when Pacheco is at her best. And for Leibrock, needs to keep Larissa at kicking range. And if she does get into that close range, look for that tie clinch where she can use those knees.
This Tale of the Tape brought to you by Puncher's Chance Kentucky Bourbon. Larissa Pacheco is 28 years of age. Amber Leibrock is 35. As mentioned, Leibrock a full 6 feet tall. Both women weighed in at the 146-pound featherweight limit. Reach advantage of 2 inches favoring Leibrock and a 6-inch edge for Leibrock on the leg reach. Andy Shepherd, if you will.
The following fight is our co-main event and is a women's featherweight bout. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a Muay Thai specialist and stands 6 feet tall. She weighed in officially at 145 3/4 pounds and holds a professional mixed martial arts record of 7 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Hayward, California, touch 'em up, Amber Leibrock! And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She's a jiu-jitsu specialist and stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. She weighed in officially at 145.5 pounds. In 24 professional bouts, has built a record of 20 victories and 4 defeats. Fighting out of Marituba, Brazil, she is the 2022 PFL World Champion, Larissa Pacheco! Referee in charge, Rob Hines.
There's Rob Hines to oversee the action. Larissa Pacheco in the purple, Amber Leibrock in the gray. Pacheco a huge favorite in this fight.
Ladies, here we go. First round, you ready? First round, you ready?
Touch of the gloves, and we are underway in the co-main event.
just walking out for the fight, just seeing her before this fight. Larissa Pacheco looks like she's very different, looking very different than she was in her last fight. There's the pressure,
and the left hook has landed already. Pacheco swinging away. Leibrock is off balance.
That's exactly what Larissa needs to do. She needs to get in the pocket.
Pacheco is hammering away at Amber Leibrock. Unrelenting pressure from the fists of Larissa Pacheco.
Yeah, this is vintage Larissa Pacheco.
Oh boy.
Another right hand landed there. Leibrock is on autopilot, but surviving. Oh, and another one landed. The referee has seen enough. Larissa Pacheco with a quick 6.
That's why she's one of the best fighters in the world. Unbelievable.
Leibrock still unsteady as she gets back to her feet, and Larissa Pacheco clinches the #1 seed at featherweight.
That was savage, just savage. Accurate, intense. She just got right in the pocket, exactly where she needed to be, and let him go.
Yeah, mentally, physically, she just looked better walking out. She looked way healthier. Last fight, looked like she kind of saw a ghost as she was walking out. You didn't see that same kind of energy. This was completely different, Sean.
Hey, Tyron Woodley and Brian Stan, a couple of legends in the game of mixed martial arts. Stan, of course, a decorated Marine, an American hero. Larissa Pacheco getting some love from the crowd as they chant Larissa. Gagenomic stats bundle. It didn't take long, but she landed 34 punches. Larissa Pacheco making a statement heading into the playoffs. We'll take another look at it, make it official, when we return to PFL MMA on ESPN.
No one has ever been in his position. Heavyweight champ walks away.
We don't know the end result. He could sign tomorrow for the most money anybody's ever signed for in fighting history.
Francis Ngannou is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world. And so we'll see what he does.
I chose the PFL out of everyone in order to change the game of MMA. For whoever feel ready, I'm the baddest on the planet. I'll be fighting in the pay-per-view super fight division. It has always been my goal to control my own destiny. When somebody feels respect, you get the best out of the person. The reason why I signed with the PFL is because of their willing to develop the sport. Most importantly, in Africa, I stand for my people, for my community, I fight for them, and to get something like this to bring back home is like a huge accomplishment. Along with the PFL, now that I'm in the position to speak, to fight for those who doesn't have a voice, because at the end of the day, it's fighter first. Fighter is the one doing the sport. At the end of every accomplishment, there's another challenge. That's how you build your own legacy.
Kenny Floyd here beside the PFL Smart Cage, and inside, Larissa Pacheco is celebrating with her fans and her coaches after another impressive first-round knockout. Kenny, I'm going to give you the whole round for the replay.
Well, this is Larissa Pacheco, the juggernaut. And again, just energetically, she looked like she was there to do business. And it was serious business. She went out there and stalked her prey. Right hand, left hand, 1-2s right down the pipe. There's a kick. And she knew Amber was hurt at that point, and she was there to take her out. every shot is landing, and she's not eating any of the shots from Leibrock. Her head movement, her ability to see things coming, and again, credit to Amber Leibrock. She did everything she could to stay in there. But I mean, how do you deal with that speed? How do you deal with that power? And how do you deal with that pressure from Larissa Pacheco? You don't.
I'll bet money that Amber Leibrock never throws another naked kick again after that consequence. We send it inside to Andy Shepard to make it official.
Referee Rob Hines calls a halt to this contest at 45 seconds of round number 1, declaring your winner via TKO and clinching her place as the #1 seed in the 2023 PFL playoffs, Larissa Pacheco!
Larissa Pacheco clinches the #1 seed. Important to note that Amber Leibrock has clinched the spot, so maybe an opportunity to earn herself a rematch. It was really this left hook that landed early and started the whole mess.
Yeah, and Amber just trying to duck down, trying to shell up, and just overwhelmed with that power and speed. There's some nice uppercuts and hooks that are landing. Larissa Pacheco, once she sees that you're hurt, I mean, it's a miracle if you're able to get out of there without getting stopped. It's what Pacheco does, and it's what she does best. That is a fired up fighter right there. Just amazing. Looks completely different than what she did in her first fight. Again, didn't have a great weight cut. She said this one was significantly better. She believes the next one will be even better still. What a performance.
And that finalizes our playoff bracket in the women's featherweight division. Larissa Pacheco, as I mentioned, gets the #1 seed. Olena Kolesnyk is in. That will be a rematch in the 1-4 matchup. Marino Mokhnatkina in the 2 spot, and Amber Leibrock holding on to the 3 seed right now. There's Olena Kolesnyk. A win for Larissa Pacheco meant that she was in the playoffs and will square off against the 2022 Women's Lightweight Champion when we get to New York City.
All right, I'm here with your winner for the post-fight Celsius interview. Tell me about this fight, because it seemed to me like you were making a point of getting this fight finished in the first round.
Fala pouco dessa luta pra gente. Parecia que você queria provar que conseguia terminar essa luta no primeiro round.
Bom, como eu falei, a minha primeira luta ela não quer dizer nada, porque eu fiz um corte muito brusco de peso. Estou me adaptando à categoria, vocês estão vendo agora com esse resultado. E esse é o meu estilo de luta. Eu falei que ia ser estilo Larissa Pacheco.
Yeah, it's as I said before, I kind of wanted to erase that first fight from the fans' memories. This is my fight style. Just wanted to let people remember.
So you've moved through now, but this is a new weight class with a familiar opponent. It's a rematch. How will this rematch be different in a different weight class?
Passou para a semifinal, para o playoff. Isso é, enfim, agora uma outra oponente, mas é um rematch, né? Uma revanche. Como é que essa luta vai ser diferente num outro peso?
Bom, cada vez eu estou mais bem recuperada, mais bem preparada. Foi à toa que vocês viram que eu fiz agora. Para a próxima, então, vou vir melhor ainda, né? Eu não tenho que provar nada para ninguém, nem tenho que provar para ela. Eu não tenho problema nenhum com ela, mas se ela estiver comigo, eu estou aqui.
I feel like fans and everyone else has been able to notice a difference in my performances from last performance to this performance in this new weight class. I'm ready to fight anyone and everyone. I have no problem with Olena, but if she has a problem with me, then we can sort it out inside the cage.
So you were the champion at 155. This is now 145, the new weight class. What is your message to these fighters that look at you as the person to beat?
Qual é a sua mensagem para as outras atletas aqui que veem você como a menina a ser batida?
Bom, eu nunca me coloco nessa posição de ser a menina, de ser a pessoa a ser batida, tá? Eu me coloco igual a vocês, com a mesma vontade, com a mesma fome, né? Então, eu só tenho uma coisa a dizer, eu não vou me tornar não, eu já sou uma das melhores lutadoras do mundo, eu não preciso provar nada pra ninguém, eu vou ganhar esse cinturão esse ano e é isso que vocês têm pela frente.
I put myself and I carry myself as just another one of you ladies. I have nothing to prove. I know I'm already one of the very best female fighters in the world, and it's just a matter of time. I'm gonna be holding the second PFL belt.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Larissa Pacheco.
Socios.com allows you to be more than a fan. The official fan token of the PFL gives you voting rights and opportunities for exclusive rewards and once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Become a PFL fan token holder today by downloading the Socios.com US app. Maurice Green, the crochet boss, has adopted the moniker Main Event Mo, at least for this week. And that is John Jones holding pads for him. Maurice Green is bigger than John Jones, and John Jones is a huge man. And there's walking trouble. Ante Delija back against the wall. He's got 0 points. He'll need a finish to get a spot. Let's take a closer look at this main event.
I'm supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be right where I am. I'm gonna calm Andre the whole time. It's mental warfare.
Paka borba završi. Ja se nadam u roku 2 runde da će biti.
Left hands are significant, and now head up for Harris, turn it up! Big shots by Maurice Green. Really a little taunting. Oh, wow, jab again.
I'm gonna end his 2023 PFL run as quick as it started.
Garden is the Mecca. Everyone in the world knows where Madison Square Garden is. It's the most iconic ring in the world.
Beautiful. Right hand right on the butt.
We're coming.
This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
Oh, that just chopped his leg off. PFL featherweight
PFL season is a marathon. 1 fight down, 3 to go. Back-to-back camps.
Y'all gotta go through some drama and some pain to know if you wanna do this. This is a warrior sport, guys. This is a warrior.
It's a culture you create. It's a culture. It's a movement.
You can try and... Oh! Big right hand! He's in big trouble!
Oh, boy! What a shot!
Grueling, physical test. 4 fights in 8 months. The championship fight is for $1 million.
This league is not for everyone.
You can try and...
Another victim. Come 2 weeks out.
Dominant.
Oh, right hand landed! Swinging away, trying to make something happen here. One of the best fights I've seen of the year.
To become a champion in the PFL, you need to be a different kettle of fish. I'm on a purpose for legacy now. I want people to speak my name in these streets for the rest of the time.
They will be vicious, they will be by force, and they will be violent.
Coming up next, it's Sports Center, and they've got you covered for all today's scores, highlights, and of course, so much more. We talk about highlights. I will show you some highlights. It has been an action-packed evening of knockouts and big-time finishes. Look at this. Marcelo Nunes had 0 points coming into tonight. He's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu specialist. Or so they say. I'm not sure I believe it anymore.
I know, right?
So there's the knockout victory that earns Marcelo Nunes. And this right here, this arm bar, Dan Hardy, happened with 5 seconds left in the deciding round for Aspen Ladd. It was either finish it here or you have no chance to make the playoffs. She pulls out the Hail Mary armbar.
You know, it was a huge victory for Aspen Ladd. Of course, she's not progressed through to the playoffs, which was her goal, but, you know, the success was there, regrouping and coming back strong. But look at Biaggio Ali Walsh. I mean, did we expect anything else from this exciting young man? He's right at the beginning of a very exciting career, and he is just at the very beginning of his skill set, which is terrifying.
My favorite thing about these highlights is, aside from this one, it's kind of a love letter to left hooks, but that right hand.
And that jab that set up that right hand, holy cow. That's why we call it the best jab in the business right now, for sure.
So Denis Goltsov punches his ticket to the playoffs with a #1 seed guaranteed with that vicious right hand. Dan Hardy called it evil. And this was pretty evil too, Kenny.
Oh my goodness. I mean, how do you deal with those long levers? Tejeda stalked his prey. One of the most dangerous heavyweights in the world in the first round. Scheffel knew that. He knew he had to either stay at boxing range or all the way out.
Here it is.
But how do you do that against someone who's 6'8" and can do that? I mean, those physical traits, just unbelievable.
Andy Shepard, I mean, get in on this. Larissa Pacheco, she didn't want to waste anybody's time tonight. Oh, Andy.
He's just smiling and enjoying the highlights. I can see him in the smart cage right now. I mean, did we expect anything else from Larissa Pacheco? I just love the way that she's planted to the floor when she's throwing her punches. That's how she generates so much power.
And that brings us to our final fight, which will take place in the heavyweight division. I told you already, Denis Goltsov, he's secured the #1 seed. Reina Ferreira and Marcelo Nunes have clinched playoff spots. There's one still up for grabs. Right now it belongs to Jordan Heiderman. He's on the bubble. He's got to await the results here. If Maurice Green can upset Ante Delija, Heiderman's out. If Ante Delija can't get a first-round finish but somehow wins this fight another way, then Heiderman is in. He doesn't look all that nervous at the moment in the Bud Light Lounge. Still undefeated, by the way, as a professional mixed martial artist. And without further ado, 3 5-minute rounds of heavyweight main event action brought to you by Redcon 1. Ante Delija and Maurice Green.
Making their way to the PFL Smart Cage, fighting out of the blue corner, Maurice Green.
Kenny, I've loved to see the development, the growth of Maurice Green and his skill set. Not only that, but his mentality, and he says that's one of the great benefits of training with someone like John Jones.
Yeah, no question about it. And we're seeing him finally unleash his skills out there. And he's confident, but he's not delusional. He knows the challenge that is in front of him. Ante Delija, he said, is a dog. He said, but I'm here to outdog the dog. We'll see if he can do it.
He's adopted this main event bow mentality. He was so dialed in on the mental warfare. You saw it in that feature piece. He's not even calling Ante Delija Ante. He says, I'm calling him Andre all week long. Doesn't even want to use the man's real first name. You can see there 9 wins have come by a finish for Maurice Green. 6 of those have been submissions. He's on the bubble. If he can pull off the win here, he's in. If he can't, he's out. It's that simple in the Professional Fighters League.
And fighting out of the red corner, Ante Delija.
And there is walking trouble, the 2022 PFL heavyweight champion, Ante Delija. An injury took him out of the first half of the regular season, which means he comes into tonight with 0 points, back against the wall. He'll need a first-round finish by the 2-minute and 26-second mark to punch himself a ticket to the playoffs. Worth noting that Ante Delija has been in these shoes before. He's had his back up against the wall in the PFL. He's needed finishes to make the playoffs. In the past, he has come through. Will he do it again tonight against the guy who's actually bigger than him? Normally, Ante at 6'5" is the larger fighter. He won't have the reach advantage. He won't have the size advantage tonight. But he's been training under Mirko Cro Cop for a long time. He's riding a 4-fight win streak, and he feels he's got exactly what it takes to get the finish he needs for a playoff spot. Normally he's so stoic, Randy. Look at the energy.
Yeah, absolutely. He is in the zone here. Usually he's very stoic.
Kenny Florian, your keys to victory.
All right, for Ante Delija, forward pressure and boxing combinations. That's when he's at his most dangerous. And for Maurice Green, he needs to stay off the cage. He doesn't want to get trapped against Delija, and he also needs to stay off the mat as well.
Here's our Redcon 1 tail of the tape. Ante Delija, 32 years of age. Maurice Green is 36. And as I mentioned, you can see Maurice Green, the taller fighter, at 6'7". He also weighed in 4 pounds heavier. 2-inch reach advantage on the arms and a full 6 inches favoring Maurice Green on the leg reach. Andy Shepard, one more time tonight, please.
The following fight takes place in the heavyweight division and is our main event. Sanctioned by the Georgia Athletic and Entertainment Commission Executive Director, Matt Woodridge. Judges at ringside, Will Fisher, John Rigliano, and Nate Mann. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striking specialist and stands 6'7" tall. He weighed in officially at 255.5 pounds and holds a professional record of 11 wins and 7 losses. Fighting out of Broadal Bin, New York, the Crochet Boss, Maurice Green! And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a judo specialist and stands 6'5" tall. He weighed in officially at 251 pounds. He has amassed an impressive professional record of 23 victories and 5 defeats. Fighting out of Zagreb, Croatia, he is the 2022 PFL World Champion, Walking Trouble, Ante Delija! Your referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
Gary Copeland to oversee the action, equipped with our referee cam. Ante Delija knows he needs a finish by 226.
Let's fight.
Touch of the gloves, right to the center of the smart cage. Maurice Green opens the action with the low kick.
This is what it's all about right here in the PFL with this regular season format. Guy coming in with 0 points and has a shot at getting in the playoffs.
Delija needs to get the finish before 2:26 of this round. No easy task. He's starting to pressure, he's starting to back up Maurice Green up against the cage.
30-some seconds already gone. Green going back down to that leg. You can see that length in that range from Maurice Green, already making it a little bit more difficult for Ante Delija.
Oh, nice back kick there by Green.
Here's a look at John Jones in the blue corner of Maurice Green.
Dribble! There you go.
You're off it, Mo. You're off it, Mo. Inside like that.
Green continuing to work with the legs, keeping that range. Ante Delija has thrown a single strike so far in this round. Desperate for a finish.
Yeah, this might be the most patient I've seen him. He's just trying to work his way into range, and from there, he's gonna throw a barrage, I guarantee you, but just not able to get in and around or on the inside of those long levers of Maurice Green.
Here's double underhooks for Ante Delija. Maurice Green trying to create that frame. Delija chest to chest and tight, running out of time. As we take a look through the ghost cam.
Now, Maurice Green did a good job of trying to push on the head, trying to lower his level a little bit. Now working to get an underhook. Much better position now for Maurice Green.
Stay active, Mo. Beautiful. Beautiful. Please.
Ante Delija, the 2022 PFL heavyweight champion, no longer has an opportunity to make the playoffs. As he hangs on the neck of Maurice Green, who has switched positions. He's now pressing Delija against Marques.
Delija looks very frustrated here.
Head position, Mo.
And Maurice Green said strength was going to be the difference. He did not believe that Delija was going to be stronger than him. So far, he's proving that to be true.
Maurice Green entered this fight a big-time underdog. So far, he's taken control in round number one with just under 2 minutes remaining.
You noticed in the practice footage backstage, this is exactly what Maurice Green was working on, being in the clinch, digging those big all knees into his opponent.
Watch your groin. They're getting close. They're getting close.
Dan Hardy surprised by the development so far with this. Oh, look at this.
I am a little bit surprised. We could see Delija in the corner really psyching himself up before the start of the round. But then as soon as the round started, I don't know whether the pressure hit him, I don't know whether the size of Maurice Green hit him, but something seems to have made him withdraw into his shell. And that's allowing Maurice Green to not only manage his way through this round, but start to dominate.
Green tried to catch the knee up there as Delija got back to his feet, unable to do so.
Well, this is going to be a huge confidence builder if he's able to get to the second round now. Delija starting to unleash a barrage.
That's the flurry that he needed earlier in the round. 30 seconds remain. Mo circling out. One of those punches might have hurt him. Better head movement here from Maurice Green.
Yeah, Maurice Green needs to be careful on those exits.
He's
Delija
ducking.
starting to land some shots here.
Now Green presses and exposes his neck. He's just too tall for Ante Delija to do anything. But final 10 seconds of the round. More knees to the thigh from Maurice Green. Second frame when we return on ESPN.
That's it. Watch your groin, okay?
Welcome back to heavyweight main event action. Ante Delija in the blue trunks, Maurice Green in the gray. This is potentially a ticket punching fight for Maurice Green. Ante Delija is now out of the heavyweight playoffs. Green now working behind the long jab, switching stances. Delija pressuring. Delija had some success later in that first round after a slow start.
Maurice is doing a good job of utilizing that circular motion. Oh, he's getting caught here with right hand.
The right hand landed, and here comes the ground and pound from Ante Delija.
Keep it clean.
Throwing everything he's got into those punches. Maurice Green scrambles back to his feet. That was an important sequence, Randy.
Absolutely.
I was just saying he was doing a good job of circling
and he got
utilizing that jab, and then he got caught.
But he survived. He managed to get back to his feet. He didn't concede and stay on his back.
He was ready for a battle here against Delija. He had a lot of respect for him. Delija has a lot of pride himself. You know, he may not be advancing in the playoffs with his performance, but he's still trying to get the win. He's still trying to get the finish, I guarantee you.
He wants 2 checks tonight.
No takedown here, Mo.
Ante Delija pressing Maurice Green against the PFL smart cage. And it comes down to this. Winning you're in for Maurice Green. Ante Delija does not have a playoff future here in 2023. But Maurice Green is on the bubble. If he can win this fight in any fashion, he's into the playoffs. If not, it's the rising prospect, still undefeated, Jordan Heiderman. That man right there, watching intently for obvious reasons. Former University of Indiana football player.
Regain that underhook. Let's play in the head. Regain your underhook.
John Jones, UFC heavyweight champion in the corner of Maurice Green. Francis Ngannou, former UFC heavyweight champion, on the other side of the smart cage, watching intently. We just got to figure out a way to get those guys together on the inside of the smart cage. Halfway through round number 2, Maurice Green has reversed position here and is now pushing Ante Delija against the smart cage barrier. Nice knee up the middle from Green.
Maurice Green staying nice and busy there, landing a lot of knees to the legs and body, trying to slow Delija down.
Delija works his way off the cage, goes back on the attack. Maurice Green's got to stop ducking his head down like that. Ante Delija's had success with those angled hooks.
Yeah, Maurice Green, to me, is having most problem when he's exiting after throwing a punch.
Hands up! Now Delija on the pursuit. Maurice Green got himself turned around back to Ante Delija. Not a place you want to be in the standing exchanges.
I think Maurice Green has felt the strength of Ante Delija at this point. And that was apparent. He wanted no more of that.
You're scoring points.
And on the feet, as far as the boxing goes, the speed and power is definitely on Delija's side, for sure.
Spin him, Mo. Guys, stay busy. Spin, Mo. Spin. Spin him. Spin him, Mo.
But I think Maurice has done a great job handling himself in the clinch. You know, as far as moving him around, not giving up takedowns. If he does get taken down, he's getting back to his feet.
Stop, break.
Gary Copeland separates after a stalemate. 30 seconds left in the second round. Nice left, long left from Maurice Green.
Nice combination there by Green.
Once again, gets his back turned. Gets turned around and works with the jab again.
Yeah, when Maurice is throwing that left hand, he's kind of watching his work a little bit, and that's not what you want to do against Delija. Nice combination by Ante Delija.
Dialing in right hands. Ante Delija pursuing to the end of the round.
That's it.
But we'll see round number 3 next.
Less.
Welcome back to Atlanta. Folks here at OTE Arena having a good time. One more heavyweight round. Maurice Green fighting for his playoff future. Ante Delija fighting for the pride of it and that second check tonight. Delija is in the blue trunks, Maurice Green in the gray. Nice heavy leg kick there from Maurice Green. Randy, how do you have it? A round apiece?
I've got a round apiece. I think Ante Delija clearly won the second round, and Green did a great job in the first round, sticking and moving, staying out of trouble. And Delija really was kind of looked shell-shocked. He didn't pull the trigger in that first round.
Dan Hardy, any possibility that round 2 was a 10-8 in favor of Ante Delija because he got Maurice Green turned around a couple of times and running away, quite literally?
Absolutely, yes, Sean. I mean, the new scoring criteria, it was pretty much one-way traffic. I mean, Maurice Green landed a few good things, but it's the turning his back and running away that's really going to affect the judges' scorecards. They're going to see that as vulnerability. He's having a decent round here. I mean, he's staying away from the biggest shots, and because he doesn't move with normal movement patterns, his head is not in the positions that Delija is expecting it to be for that uppercut that he keeps throwing.
Operating on both premises. If it's a round apiece, 10-9, 10-9, it comes down to this round for Maurice Green. Even if round 2 was a 10-8 in favor of Ante Delija, Maurice Green could still win this round and earn a draw, which would give him 6 points in the heavyweight standings. And in that case, he wins the tiebreaker over Jordan Heiderman because he has fought 2 regular season bouts. So it really, truly comes down to these next 3 minutes for Maurice Green. He either wins or he's out of the playoffs.
That's wrong here, Mo. All your heart. You're winning this fight.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if round 2 was a 10-8, but here's a nice takedown for Delija. Maurice Green can't give this up at this stage of this fight.
Delija goes into the guard of the crochet boss and gets to work with those left hands. We've seen Delija finish from here. He is a big-time ground-and-pound advocate.
Just lock his left down, Mo. It's a race against time.
Maurice Green's got to unlock that guard, get those feet, those long levers back in this fight, create some space, create a scramble, find a way to get back to his feet. He cannot spend the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds on his back and expect to get a win.
No question about it. He's got to put those feet in the hips, create some space, see if he can cage walk back into this fight. Delija has excellent ground and pound and positioning from here as well.
You got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes, and you're beating last year's champion. You got 2 minutes. Let's go.
Maurice Green does have 6 submission victories to his credit. But those have not come from the bottom position.
Watch the right. Watch the right.
Another look at John Jones in the blue corner of Maurice Green. Ante Delija continues to work in the guard.
Watch the left. Here's the left. Keep that left. Protect yourself. Okay, now the right. Here's the right. You're doing good, Mo. Mo, try to lock your hands around him. I am flipping. I'm flipping. Bro, don't talk to me. Stay fucking focused. Mo, use your legs. Use your guard to pull him in closer to you. Tie your guard up and squeeze him in closer to you. He'll have less power on his shots. Use your guard. You keep him off balance, Mo. That leg that he has up, you can push away. You can push up on his hip right now.
Listening to the cornering of John Jones, there's not really enough urgency on the stand-up there. I mean, Maurice Green could, I guess, potentially earn a stand-up from the referee if he's able to lock Ante Delija down.
Remember, no elbows.
That's a tough formula with only 70 seconds left in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get back to his feet here. His head is pressed up against the cage in a terrible position. The head of Delija right over the head of Maurice Green, which makes it very difficult for Maurice Green to sit up at this stage of the game. Hard to create offense up against the cage in regards to submissions off your back here as well. And Ante Delija really in cruise control at this stage.
Delija using that crossface to pin Mo's head down, bring the hammer fists and the big shots, and continue to be busy from the top position.
I'm hearing the corner of Maurice Green telling him he's going to win this fight. I'm overhearing that, and it just doesn't make sense. Telling him to survive this round so he can win this fight. It doesn't jive with what we talked about at the beginning of this round. Jordan Heiderman, you see now a little emotion for him. This outcome, barring any major surprises, means he could be in the playoffs.
Yeah, Jordan Heiderman is the biggest Ante Delija fan right now.
So Ante Delija Maurice Green running around, excited. His corner hugging and celebrating that outcome. We'll see what the judges' scorecards say about the result here. Cageonomics Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. Ante Delija landed 82 strikes of 119 thrown. For Maurice Green, it was 65 of 116. Takedown and control in the third round for Delija.
We're coming.
This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
Oh, that just chopped his leg off. PFL featherweight
The PFL season is a marathon.
1 fight down, 3 to go.
Back-to-back camps.
Y'all gotta go through some drama and some pain to know if you want to do this. This is a warrior sport, guys. This is a warrior.
It's a culture you create. It's a culture. It's a movement.
You can try and
Oh! Big right hand! He's in big trouble. Oh boy! What a shot!
Grueling physical test. 4 fights in 8 months. The championship fight is for $1 million.
This league is not for everyone.
you can try and
Another victim comes 2 weeks out.
Dominant.
Oh, right hand landed! Swinging away, trying to make something happen here. One of the best fights I've seen of the year.
To become a champion in the PFL, you need to be a different kettle of fish. I'm on a purpose for legacy now. I want people to speak my name in these streets for the rest of the time.
They would be vicious, they would be by force, and they would be violent.
Let's take a look at the fastest strikes of the night. Top strikes being brought to you by Red Conwan. Ante Delija, 21 miles an hour. Reina Ferreira, not too far behind at 19. And Larissa Pacheco unleashed fury with her fists at 17 miles an hour. Our main event is in the books. The AI scores, proprietary algorithm here in the Professional Fighters League, gives rounds 2 and 3 to Ante Delija. Maurice Green got round number 1 according to the computerized scoring. Let's see what the fans thought via Verdict MMA. Interestingly, the fans gave all 3 rounds to Ante. Who won the fight? The AI score says Ante. The fans, Randy and Kenny, think that Ante Delija got the job done. And it might be setting in right now for Maurice Green. We'll see what the judges say. Andy Shepard has the official scorecard.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored about 29-28. Declaring your winner via unanimous decision, Ante Delija!
Ante Delija with the win, and that means Jordan Heiderman, still undefeated as a professional mixed martial artist, is in the playoffs. In the Bud Light Lounge, he'll drink a celebratory beer. Here's our heavyweight playoff bracket. Denis Goltsov with the number 1 seed. Jordan Heiderman is in the 4 spot. Reina Ferreira and Marcelo Nunes will square off in the semifinals in an all-Brazil matchup.
You better go watch the fight again, Mo.
There is Ante Delija, victorious. And here's our Bud Light knockout of the night. Reina Ferreira. With the flurry, he ate one, he gave a couple back, and a hammer fist that was just to punctuate. First round knockout for Reina Ferreira. And of course, nobody does the celebration better than that guy. Not its cleanest landing, but still better than I can do.
Yes, that's for sure.
Bud Light celebration on the night. Kenny, he's got to teach you how to do this.
Yeah.
Wow.
I pulled the hammy just watching that.
That's actually Dan Hardy watching the celebration, not the knockout. The backflip, oh goodness. There's the moment we were hoping for. Francis Ngannou and John Jones shaking hands, talking about maybe someday we get to see that fight inside the PFL Smart Cage. Let's keep a camera on these two and see what happens. That's all for tonight, but the toughest test in MMA continues next Friday, and the PFL is back in Atlanta. It's the final run to the playoffs, a shot at $1 million, lightweights and welterweights next week. For Andy Shepard, Dan Hardy, Brett Okamoto, Kenny Florian, Randy Couture, I'm Sean O'Connell. Thank you for watching. Be safe, everybody. Have a great night. SportsCenter is next on ESPN.